Hi there, and welcome back to Dremoria. Tonight, we are going to slip out of ordinary time and walk into the old stories, the ones that sat beside the fire long before there were books or screens or electric light. If you enjoy these journeys through myth and legend, please remember to like the video and subscribe. It really is the best way to support the channel and to tell the strange keepers of the algorithm that you want more stories like this. Maybe you can tell us in the comments which tale from classic mythology is your favorite. Is it a love story that breaks your heart every time? A battle story full of iron and thunder? Or one grim little episode that refuses to leave your thoughts? Thank you for being here, wherever you are and whatever time it is. Get comfortable, close your eyes if you want, and let us begin. Tonight we will walk through 7 stories, each one a chamber in the same vast palace of imagination. We begin with Europa, an Eastern princess whose name will roll westward like a tide, carried by the disguise of a god who wanted what he saw. We follow her brother Cadmus into the act of founding a city that will be haunted by its own greatness. We descend with Orpheus into the underworld, where music becomes a weapon against despair, and where a single moment of doubt shatters the breath of hope. We ride into the late fires of Troy, where the Amazons and Memnon arrive like the last bright embers of a dying blaze, and where Achilles stands at the center of that storm, unstoppable until the world demands its price. We watch Ajax, too mighty to bend, collapse under the weight of insult and divine interference. We cross into Roman song with Nisus and Euryalus, whose loyalty burns so fiercely that the night itself seems to mourn them. And we return to Odysseus, the man of many turns, meeting the Cyclops in a tale that balances horror and cunning like a blade held steady over the sea. Let's start with the myth of Europa and the god bull. The sea that cradles the eastern edge of the Mediterranean is not a quiet sea. Even when the water lies smooth as polished stone, the coast remembers motion. It remembers oars, the creak of hulls, the bite of salt into rope, and the slow drift of stories from one shore to another. Long before the poets of Greece sharpened these myths into the forms we know, merchants and sailors carried names and gods like cargo. A princess from the rising sun could become a legend in the West. A gentle animal on a beach could turn into a divine mask. A single choice made in laughter could become the hinge on which an entire world swings. Europa belongs to that older world of crossings. Her home is usually placed in Phoenicia, a word that summons purple dye and cedar wood, harbors thick with trade, and a people whose lifeblood was the sea route. The Greeks imagined Phoenicia as glamorous and dangerous, a place of refined craft and foreign splendor. Whether Europa began as a local figure later absorbed into Greek myth, or was always part of the Greek storytelling imagination, is not something the ancient world would have worried over. Myths were not born with passports. They were adopted, reshaped, and claimed by the communities that needed them. She is introduced as a king's daughter, graceful and bright in the way youth can be bright, not yet aware of how often gods notice that brightness and mistake it for invitation. Her father, Agenor, is a ruler with the steadiness of a man who believes the world can be organized by command. Her brothers are princes of a confident house. In some traditions, Cadmus is among them, and will soon step into a story of his own. But Europa's tale begins before the roads split. It begins in peace. The beach is wide, the air is warm, the sky above her is the color of a polished gem, and the horizon is a thin blade of light. She is not alone. She is with companions, girls of the court or noble households, attendants who are also friends, who share the loosened manners of a day without ceremony. Their laughter is ordinary. Their ease is ordinary. That ordinariness is the point. The gods in these myths rarely intrude on a life that is already armored. They arrive where innocence is exposed. Zeus sees her. The king of the gods is not a simple figure in these stories. He is the thunder that protects order, the arbiter of oaths, the father of gods and men. He is also desire made careless, power that believes it is entitled to take anything that catches its eye. The ancient world did not smooth away this contradiction. It placed the contradiction at the center of the divine, as if to say that the forces governing human life are not neat or moral in the ways mortals wish they were. He does not come to Europa as a storm. He does not announce himself with lightning, because awe is not what he wants. He chooses cunning, which is a kind of humility that only a ruler can afford. He chooses the shape of a bull. Not a monstrous bull, not a wild beast snorting rage and blood, but a creature of impossible gentleness, white as sea foam, calm as a domestic animal that has never known hunger. The choice is elegant. In the cultures around the Mediterranean, bulls were symbols of kingship, fertility, and unstoppable force. In Crete, the bull already carried a religious gravity that later myths would tie to labyrinths, sacrifices, and the strange dance of human and animal identity. A god wearing that symbol is not random. It is a declaration of themes that will echo far beyond a single beach. The bull appears among the girls like something conjured from a dream. It lowers its head in a way that seems almost polite. Its eyes are dark and wide. It does not charge. It does not threaten. It allows human hands to touch it. Europa is cautious at first. That is how the story likes to dress her, as a girl with sense. Not the fool that later critics sometimes assume she must be, to climb onto the back of a strange animal. But the bull is patient, and patience is a powerful spell. The girls gather around it. They braid flowers and place them against its horns. They lay their palms along its neck. They speak to it as if it understands not only language, but affection. And perhaps it does. The old poets linger here, because this is the moment of seduction that does not look like seduction. It is sweetness, presented as safety. The god does not need force when he has charm. The more Europa trusts, the more the story tightens its net. At last, she climbs onto the bull's back. The moment is described in the smooth language of inevitability. She is laughing. She is unafraid. She is delighted by the boldness of her own choice. The girls around her cheer. The world does what it always does when youth tests its luck. It nods and lets the wager stand. Then the bull moves. At first, it is slow. A few steps. A gentle turn. The girls are still laughing. Then it breaks into a run that is not frantic but purposeful, and the sand begins to give way beneath its hooves. Europa is still holding on when the shoreline disappears under them and water rises around the bull's legs. The laughter stops. This is the instant when myth becomes a lesson about thresholds. The border between land and sea is a border between childhood and whatever comes after. She calls out, she stretches her arms. But her friends cannot reach her. Even kings cannot command a god disguised as a beast. The bull enters the sea as if it belongs there. The water does not resist it. Waves fold around its shoulders like cloth. The ancient imagination loves this image of an animal moving through deep water without struggle, because it makes the abduction feel ordained by nature itself. The ocean becomes a co-conspirator. Europa's fear is more than physical. She is being taken not only from home but from identity. A princess without a court is no longer a princess. A girl without her family is no longer protected by the myths that govern ordinary life. The sea crossing turns her into something else, a figure who now belongs to the geography of legend. Some versions of the myth give her a small mercy here. They allow Zeus to speak to her gently even before he reveals his full form. He promises that she will not be harmed. He promises that she will become famous. He speaks like a god who knows how to wrap a truth in pretty cloth. She will indeed become remembered. That is not the same as being safe. They cross on a path of water that stretches to Crete. Crete in the ancient Greek mind is both real and enchanted. It is a large island with powerful cities, fertile plains, and a complicated history that modern archaeology has partly illuminated through the ruins of Minoan palaces and the artistry of their frescoes. The famous bull imagery of Minoan culture, the ritual scenes and the prominence of the animal in symbolism create a haunting resonance with the Europa myth. It is tempting to see the story as a Greek poetic attempt to explain why Crete felt older than Greece itself, why its myths were so saturated with bull imagery, why its kings and gods seemed to wear the skin of something primal. When they reach the island, Zeus reveals himself. The scene is sometimes gentle, sometimes frightening, depending on the poet and the era and the audience. In one telling, he casts off the disguise and stands as the ruler of heaven, magnificent and terrible. In another, he approaches her with a tone of persuasion, as if he still needs her consent even after the theft. The tension in these versions reminds us that ancient myths were living things. They changed with the values of the communities that repeated them. Europa becomes the mother of sons who will shape the mythic destiny of Crete. Minos is the most famous. In later stories, he will become a king of great authority, associated with law, sea power, and eventually the grim tale of the Minotaur and the labyrinth. The myth ties the legitimacy of Cretan power to a divine union, an ancient political move hidden inside a tale of romance and abduction. A king born from Zeus can claim a sacred inheritance. An island ruled by such a line can claim a destiny larger than its size. The myth does not linger long on Europa's feelings after the crossing. This is one of its crueler silences. The ancient storytellers often cared deeply about male heroism and divine drama, but they rarely grant women the full interior space that modern readers ache for. Yet the outline of her life suggests a woman who becomes a bridge between worlds. She is an Eastern princess pulled into the center of Greek mythic geography. She becomes a symbolic mother not only of kings, but of the idea of cultural crossing itself. It is not an accident that her name will be connected to the continent Europe. The Greeks were fascinated by the notion of East and West, by the line where familiar customs faded into foreign marvels. Europa's story is a mythic explanation for that divide and that connection. Even the name itself has been interpreted in multiple ways. Some later Greek writers glossed it as a Greek word suggesting broad-faced, while modern scholars have also explored possible Semitic roots connected to directions or the setting Sunday. These etymologies are not conclusive, but they show how myths encourage people to read geography as destiny and names as prophecies. Her father does not accept the loss quietly. Agenor sends her brothers to find her, with the kind of stern command that feels noble in a palace and useless against a god. The search becomes a spreading ripple of new myths. This is where Cadmus steps outward from the margin of his sister's tale and into the center of his own. The structure is elegant. One divine act becomes the seed for multiple heroic journeys. A single abduction becomes the origin of cities and dynasties. When you look at this story through the lens of the wider ancient world, you can see how it functions as a myth of movement and power. The Phoenicians were famous seafarers. The Greeks knew they had brought writing and luxury goods across the sea. A story that begins with a Phoenician princess carried westward by a divine bull might reflect a cultural memory of Eastern influence traveling into the Aegean. It dresses the reality of exchange in the rich clothing of the sacred. The bull itself is a symbol that keeps deepening as the mythic cycle expands. Once Europa arrives in Crete, we are closer to the world of Minos, to the later demand that Athens send youths as tribute, to the monstrous child born from divine and bestial entanglement, and to the hero Theseus, who will navigate that maze. Europa's myth is not only a tale of a girl and a god, it is an opening chapter in a long Cretan saga of authority, sacrifice, and the costs of power. There is also a quieter human truth here, the kind myth often hides in plain sight. Europa is young. She is at the age when the world seems safe enough to touch. The bull's gentleness is a test of her instinct. The story is a warning disguised as romance. It tells an audience that the beautiful thing that approaches without threat may still be the beginning of an irreversible change. And yet the myth is not content to be only cautionary. It also offers a kind of awe. The sea crossing is terrifying, yes, but it is also grand. It transforms a mortal figure into a cosmic one. A girl who would otherwise be a footnote in a royal genealogy becomes an immortal name. The ancient world often balanced suffering with significance, as if fame were a currency that could purchase meaning even when happiness was denied. By the time the story settles, Crete has gained a queen with an Eastern lineage. The gods have stamped their authority upon an island whose myths will dominate imagination for centuries. And the human world has been set in motion. Europa's brothers will scatter, oracles will speak, a dragon will fall, teeth will sprout men from the ground. Thebes will rise from a grief that was never allowed to end properly. So, when the night finally returns to Europa and her story grows quiet, it feels less like a conclusion and more like the closing of a door behind you. You have stepped into a house of myths, where rooms connect to other rooms, where one story is always the foundation for the next. The beach where she laughed is gone now, far behind the horizon. The sea has done what it always does in these tales. It has carried a life into legend. Somewhere beyond the Cretan hills, the first lamps of evening would have begun to glow in the courtyards of palaces. Somewhere on the mainland, a brother with a hard heart and tired feet would be listening to the words of an oracle, not yet knowing that his sister's loss would become the strange beginning of his own fate. Cadmus and the Dragon Teeth. Agenor was a king who believed grief could be governed. When Europa vanished from the shore, he did not stand in the doorway of his palace and accept that gods have their own appetites and their own routes across the sea. He did what rulers often do when the universe humiliates them. He turned pain into policy. He summoned his sons and commanded them to bring their sister home, and he spoke with the cold certainty of a man who had never been forced to admit that a throne is not a shield against the sky. So the brothers scattered. In every telling that survives, the search ends the same way. They never find her. But the failure is not the point. The point is what grows out of that failure, like a tree rising from a crack in stone. The myths love these small turns of fate. A missing girl becomes a wandering brother. A wandering brother becomes a founder. A founder becomes a curse threaded into the bones of a city. Cadmus is the one who carries the story forward. He begins as a prince of the East, a man raised in a world of sea trade and royal ceremony, where letters and ledgers and clever hands mattered as much as swords. The Greeks remembered Phoenicia as a place of skill and foreign glamour, and later generations would even connect Cadmus to the arrival of writing in Greece, imagining him as a carrier of the alphabet. That detail comes to us from later tradition, and it may reflect cultural memory more than literal history. But it tells you how the Greeks wanted to think about him, a stranger who becomes foundational, a foreigner who plants something that later generations will call their own. He journeys westward with the weight of his father's command on his shoulders. The greater weight is the quiet shame of returning empty-handed. To fail in a king's household is not only to disappoint a parent, it is to risk erasing your own identity. The road carries him into the Greek world. The oracles appear when a myth wants to pivot. The oracle is the hinge of destiny, the moment when a human life is redirected by a voice that sounds like the wisdom of the earth itself. Cadmus goes to Delphi, where Apollo's power is sharp and clean and merciless. The shrine was one of the most famous sacred centers in the Greek imagination, a place where city leaders and ordinary people alike sought guidance. The historical Delphi was a complex institution with priests, rituals, politics, and wealth. The mythic Delphi is simpler. It is the mouth of the world speaking truth. Cadmus asks about Europa. The god answers with a different question altogether. He is told to abandon the search and follow a cow marked by a sign of the divine. When the animal lies down to rest, Cadmus must build a city on that ground. You can feel the myth's confidence here. It does not apologize for the cruelty of suggesting that a brother should stop searching for a sister stolen by a god. It treats this instruction as a gift. The new mission will transform life into legend. Cadmus obeys. The cow becomes both guide and symbol. In a world where fertility, herds, and land were a measure of wealth and survival, a sacred cow leading a prince to a site of destiny feels both mystical and deeply practical. The animal moves through valleys and across rising country. The landscape shifts, the air changes, the sea is no longer close enough to smell. Cadmus is now in a more inland world, the kind of place where civilizations root themselves in fields and springs rather than harbours. At last the cow lies down. The place is Boeotia. The future city is Thebes. Thebes is one of those names that echoes across Greek myth like a drum in the distance. It will be the stage for Oedipus and Antigone, for Dionysus and Pentheus, for brother against brother in civil war. But all of that darkness comes later. In this early moment, Thebes is a promise. It is a patch of ground chosen by the gods, waiting for walls. Cadmus wants to make sacrifice, to offer gratitude to Athena and Apollo and whatever other powers have guided him. But first, he needs water. He sends his men to a nearby spring. This is where the story changes texture. A city founding myth often needs blood. It needs a threat that must be overcome to justify the authority of the founder. The older the culture, the more it likes to imagine that its beginnings were earned against something monstrous. The spring is guarded by a serpent or dragon, sacred to Ares. The creature is not merely an animal, it is a piece of the war god's ownership. It is violence given scales and teeth. Cadmus waits for his men. They do not return. The silence is thick. In a real camp, silence after a command is often the earliest sign of disaster. Cadmus goes to the spring himself and finds the ruin of his company. The dragon rises. The descriptions vary, but the essence is always the same. A vast body, coiled in shadow, breath that reeks of iron and old water, eyes that seem older than the mud and the rocks. The creature is a guardian of a threshold. You want the spring, you pay the price. Cadmus fights. He is not the greatest warrior of the age, not a figure of raw mythical strength like Heracles. He is something else. He is determination wrapped in intelligence. He is the kind of hero who must survive with planning as much as courage. That makes his victory feel like a founding act rather than a simple feat. The ancient storytellers often give him a spear or a stone. Sometimes he is aided by Athena, who in these myths is never far from the shaping of cities. Her domain is not only war, but civic order, law, craft, and the architecture of civilization. A dragon associated with Ares represents war in its wildest form. Athena's presence suggests a contest between chaotic violence and structured power. Cadmus kills the dragon. The earth accepts the blood. If the story ended there, it would be a simple, heroic episode. But the myth is more imaginative than that. It makes the dragon's body into a seedbed. Athena instructs Cadmus to harvest the creature's teeth and sow them into the ground like grain. So he does. This is one of the most unsettling images in Greek myth, because it turns war into agriculture. The teeth are like ivory blades, each one a promise of violence. Cadmus plants them, the soil trembles. And men rise. They rise fully armed, born not of mothers but of the earth itself. The Greeks called them the Spartois, the sown men. Their armor catches the light, their eyes are already hardened. They are warriors without childhood, which is to say, warriors without mercy. They do what warriors often do when no enemy is given to them. They turn on each other. The battle is sudden. The newborn soldiers clash in the dust, breaking spears on shields, choking the air with cries that feel older than human language. Cadmus watches, and the myth gives him another moment of cleverness. He throws a stone among them, and in the confusion they accuse one another of the insult. The war intensifies. Brother kills brother. The earth that birthed them is quickly fed with their blood. Only a few survive. These survivors pledge themselves to Cadmus. They become the first noble lines of Thebes, the ancestral roots of houses that later tragedies will name and curse. You can see how this story might function as an aristocratic origin myth. It grants the elite a lineage that is literally sprung from sacred soil. Thebes begins to take shape. Walls rise, temples are planned, streets are laid out in the messy, hopeful way that early cities grow. The myth does not dwell on this construction in detail, yet you can sense the presence of real historical memory beneath the narrative. Thebes was indeed an important center in the Bronze Age and later periods. It was powerful enough to be feared and rivaled. A myth that explains its origins with a foreign prince and earthborn warriors gives the city both glamour and authority. But the gods do not let Cadmus take victory without cost. The dragon was sacred to Ares. Killing it is both a heroic necessity and a religious crime. The Greek imagination loved the idea that the act needed to build civilization might offend the forces of nature and war. In some versions, Cadmus must serve Ares for a period of years as penance. The detail varies, sometimes 8 years, sometimes longer, but the heart of it remains. A city can be founded on violence, but the founder must still settle accounts with the powers of violence. Then comes Harmonia. She is often said to be the daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, which is a perfect mythic pairing for a woman whose name means harmony. She is the child of war and love, the living symbol of the balance between conflict and attraction that keeps human societies from tearing themselves apart entirely. Cadmus marries her. The wedding is one of those luminous interludes the myths use to briefly soften the world. The gods attend, gifts are given. In some traditions, the famous necklace of Harmonia appears here, a beautiful object that carries a curse forward into the next generations. The Greek stories are fond of these cursed heirlooms. They are physical reminders that the past can sit quietly on your throat and tighten its grip years later. For a moment, the story lets Cadmus be happy. His city stands. His marriage binds him into the divine network. His name will endure. And yet Thebes is a city whose myths are strange in their gloom. The house of Cadmus will be tested again and again. His descendants will suffer the brutal logic of tragedy, as if the dragon's blood never truly left the soil, as if the earth never forgave the violence that was used to claim the spring. When you step back from the narrative, you see how many themes are concentrated in this one tale. There is the motif of the foreign founder, the outsider who arrives with an oracle's blessing. Many Greek cities have similar legends, stories that explain identity by tracing it to a person who is both chosen and displaced. In Cadmus, this becomes particularly potent because he is connected to an Eastern world that the Greeks both admired and feared. There is also the tension between Ares and Athena, between violence as chaos and violence as instrument. A city must be defended. A king must be capable of warfare. But the myth insists there is a price to pay when war is honored without restraint. And there is the astonishing symbol of the Spartoi. They are more than a dramatic image. They are a statement about the nature of elite power. To claim that your noble ancestors sprang from the earth is to claim inevitability. It makes your status feel natural rather than political. It also anchors the city in its land. These are not migrants. These are men with the soil in their bones. Modern readers sometimes want to interpret this episode as a faint echo of real conflicts between incoming groups and older local populations. That may be part of the story's deep memory. Myth often compresses centuries into a single scene, but even if no single historical event lies behind the dragon's teeth, the logic of the tale still reflects the anxieties of early societies. Who belongs? Who has the right to rule? What violence was required to turn contested land into a city? Cadmus's story is also a bridge between the myth of Europa and the later saga of Thebes. He is the brother who could not bring her home. In a way, he transforms that helpless grief into architecture. He cannot reverse the divine act that stole his sister, but he can build something permanent out of the ruins of that command. The myth is cruel, yet it grants him the dignity of a new destiny. As the years pass in the story's shadowed background, Thebes grows into a name that will command reverence and dread. The rituals of the city deepen. The gods receive their offerings. Children are born into a lineage that is both glorious and precarious. Cadmus ages. In some versions of the myth, his end is quiet and strange. He and Harmonia leave Thebes after the tragedies of their family become unbearable, journeying to a land associated with Illyria. There, in a final metamorphosis that feels like mythic punctuation, they are transformed into serpents. The founder who killed a dragon becomes a dragon himself. The cycle closes, not with moral clarity, but with symbolic symmetry. It is a haunting ending if you stop to think about it. Perhaps the ancient storytellers were suggesting that the line between hero and monster is thinner than we like to imagine, or that founding a city means binding your soul to the deep forces of the land so completely that you eventually take on the shape of what you once fought. Or maybe the transformation is simply the myth's way of honoring the strange holiness of serpents in ancient religion, creatures who represented both danger and renewal, death and rebirth, guardianship and curse. However you read it, Cadmus's tale is not a simple story of triumph. It is a story of building a future while carrying the ache of what could not be saved. It is the kind of myth that ancient audiences likely loved because it validated both their pride and their fear. Thebes could claim a founder chosen by an oracle, aided by Athena, honored by the gods. But Thebes also carried the shadow of Ares' rage and the memory of blood-soaked beginnings. In the final light of this chapter, you can imagine the early city settling into evening. Workers return from the outer fields. The smell of cooking fires drifts over new-built walls. A few children run through courtyards that are still unfinished, laughing without knowing that their city will one day become the stage for some of the darkest stories in the Greek imagination. Cadmus sits under the quiet weight of his kingship. For the first time since Europa vanished, he may allow himself a breath that is not shaped by pursuit. The cow that led him here has long since disappeared into the ordinary life of the herd. The spring that cost so many lives flows again, now claimed by the city and its gods. The dragon is gone, but the memory of it remains in the soil, in the lineage of the Spartoi, in the myths that will tell future generations that Thebes was not given cheaply. And somewhere out beyond the sea, in the golden labyrinth of divine secrets, Europa lives in a different chapter of the world, a sister turned into an origin, a name that will travel farther than any ship. After the founding of cities and the sowing of dragon teeth, after the hard clang of origin stories that smell of bronze and fresh-cut stone, the old world turns its face towards something more delicate and more dangerous. It turns toward the inner life. The Greeks knew that a kingdom might be built with walls and spears, but they also knew that a person could be undone by grief in a single afternoon, and that the most stubborn fortress in the world was the human heart when it refused consolation. This is where Orpheus enters the lineage of myth, not as a conqueror, but as a man whose power is carried in breath and string and the space between notes. He belongs to Thrace in many tellings, a land the Greeks often imagined as wild at the edges of their civilized map, a place of cold rivers and mountain winds and older rites. Yet his gift is not savage. It is almost too refined for the mortal world. He is said to be the son of Calliope, the muse of epic song, and sometimes of Apollo himself, which is the mythic way of explaining a talent so unnatural that ordinary parentage feels insufficient. He is the kind of figure who makes the boundary between art and magic blur until it disappears. Animals quiet when he plays. Trees lean in. Stones seem to shift just a little, as if creation itself wants to be closer to the melody that speaks its secret name. In a culture where poetry and song were not ornaments, but carriers of memory, lore, and prayer, The idea of a musician whose music could alter the behavior of the world was not only beautiful, it was plausible in the way that myths make plausibility feel like a dream you halfway remember believing. Eurydice comes into his life like sunlight on water. The tales do not always linger on her childhood or her lineage, because this is one of those myths where a woman is introduced through the love she inspires and the loss she will embody. But the love is not treated as trivial. Their marriage is a brief season of harmony in a mythic tradition that often distrusts happiness. You can imagine the wedding in a valley rimmed with green, with the smell of flowers crushed underfoot, with friends and family who believe they are watching the beginning of a long story rather than the end of a short one. Orpheus plays for her not as a performer seeking acclaim, but as a man speaking his own soul aloud. The music would have been intimate enough to feel like a promise. The ancient imagination loved the notion that art could be a form of devotion, that a song might be a vow made audible. And then the myth folds in the sudden cruelty that makes it unforgettable. Eurydice is walking with companions, or perhaps wandering in the fields, when she is pursued by Aristeus in some versions, a figure tied to beekeeping and rural wealth, a reminder that even the most pastoral corners of myth can hide predatory hunger. She flees. Her foot finds the hidden danger of the grass. A serpent strikes. The venom acts swiftly. The story does not need to describe every detail of her death, because the emotional fact is enough. One moment she is part of the living world, the next she is gone, and a man who thought his music could hold joy in place discovers that joy has no obligation to remain. Orpheus breaks in a way that feels both human and mythic. Grief in the ancient world was often expressed through ritual, lamentation, public mourning. But Orpheus is not an ordinary mourner. He does not accept the boundary between life and death as a law that cannot be tested. This refusal is what makes him a hero of a different species. Where others pick up swords, he picks up his lyre. The instrument becomes a key. His decision to descend alive into the realm of the dead is a narrative shock even within a tradition full of impossible journeys. It implies a belief that art is not merely decorative, but forceful, capable of bargaining with cosmic order. He travels to the places where the earth begins to feel like a doorway rather than a foundation, to a cave mouth or a sacred fissure. And the myth invites you to imagine that as he steps down, the temperature changes. The air thickens. The story itself grows quieter, as if it is respecting the gravity of what he is attempting. The underworld in Greek thought is not hell in the later moral sense. It is a kingdom of inevitability, ruled by Hades and Persephone, structured by rivers that are less geographical than psychological. The Styx, the river of oaths, the Lethe, the water of forgetting, the Acheron, associated with sorrow. These elements form a map of the human condition as much as a literal landscape. He cannot. The gates do not open twice for the same plea. The myth would be less powerful if it offered him a second bargain. He returns to the upper world with a grief that is now doubled by guilt. He did not merely lose Eurydice. He lost her by failing a test that seems designed to expose a human weakness the gods already know too well. If earlier myths show the gods seducing or tricking mortals, this one shows the gods offering a path that is almost merciful. then letting human nature ruin it. The story becomes an anatomy of regret. Orpheus withdraws from ordinary life. Some traditions say he rejects the love of women, choosing solitude or other forms of companionship, which later writers interpreted in different ways depending on their own cultural lenses. What matters for this narrative is not the social detail, but the emotional consequence. He becomes a man who cannot return to the simple, communal rhythms of living. His music changes. It is still powerful, perhaps more powerful than before, but now it carries a shadow that even the birds and trees can feel. In the ancient world, music was associated with order, with the tuning of the soul to cosmic harmony. Orpheus's sorrow suggests that even harmony can be wounded, that a perfect instrument can be used to play a broken song. His end is as violent as his love was tender. In some tellings, the women of Thrace, often identified with frenzied worshippers of Dionysus, turn on him. The reasons vary. He has rejected them. He has turned away from the wild god's rites. He has set his devotion elsewhere. The mythic logic is that a man who enters the underworld and returns is no longer entirely safe among the living. He has crossed a boundary that ordinary society cannot tolerate. The women tear him apart. It is a savage image, but also a ritualistic one, echoing the ancient notion that ecstatic religion can be both sacred and terrifying. His head and lyre are cast into a river. The current carries them toward the sea. The head continues to sing. The instrument continues to sound. This is one of the most striking claims in Greek myth, the idea that art is so bound to identity that it can outlast the body, that a song can survive even when the singer has been reduced to silence by human hands. Later tradition expands this into the world of mystery cults and philosophical religion. Orpheus becomes a figure linked to secret teachings about the soul, purification, and the hope that death might not be the final erasure it appears to be. The Orphic movement, as modern scholars describe it, is difficult to pin down as a single institution, but ancient evidence suggests clusters of beliefs and rituals associated with Orpheus's name, including ideas about reincarnation, ascetic practices, and the soul's journey beyond the grave. Gold tablets, found in graves, inscribed with guidance for the dead in some contexts, reflect a religious landscape where people sought more personal assurances about what awaited them after life. Whether Orpheus was the original source of these ideas or a mythic emblem adopted by later spiritual movements, his story fits the hunger that drove them. If a man could nearly retrieve his wife from death, perhaps death itself was negotiable in ways that official civic religion did not emphasize. Or perhaps the myth was a poetic way of saying that the only true rescue from oblivion is remembrance, that we survive in the songs others sing of us. The story remains alive because it refuses to be only one thing. It is a love story, but not a comforting one. It is a story about art so powerful it can still the jaws of the underworld, but not powerful enough to heal a single human impulse toward doubt. It is a story that honors perseverance, while admitting that perseverance can crack at the final step. It is also a story about the cost of looking back, about how memory can be both sanctuary and trap. The Greeks, who built their identity on the public performance of poetry and the collective memory of heroes, understood that to look back is often to define oneself. Orpheus's tragedy suggests that there are moments when the past cannot be retrieved without destroying the present. The lesson is not preached. It is lived in the ache of the narrative. By the time the night settles over the hills of Thrace again, the world above ground has resumed its ordinary rhythms, even as Orpheus's music lingers in the air like the aftertaste of honey and smoke. Shepherds would have gathered their flocks. Wind would have moved through the leaves with the faint sound of strings. Somewhere, a small household lamp would have been lit against the dark, and a lover might have paused, thinking of the thin line between trust and fear, between patience and panic. The river that carried Orpheus's singing head would have continued onward, indifferent and faithful to its course, as if reminding the living that nature does not mourn in the way people do, yet still carries their stories to distant shores. The battles with the Amazons and Memnon. The Trojan War has a way of swallowing time. By the point where our story turns back to its smoky shore, the war is no longer a clean contest between two proud peoples. It is a long season of grief that has hardened into routine. Men wake to the same wind off the Hellespont, eat the same rationed bread and salted meat, and walk past the same lines of ships as if they are passing the ribs of a great beached animal. The songs that once promised swift glory have grown rough with repetition. The kings are older in the face, the soldiers are thinner in hope. The Trojan plain has been trampled so many times that the earth itself must feel exhausted. This is the late war, the war after the brave speeches have expired, when endurance becomes just another kind of courage. The Iliad gives us the heart of this conflict, but the world of myth never lets the war end there. The later tradition, the lost epics of the cycle, and the poets who scavenged their brilliance, introduces new arrivals as if the story itself refuses to die. It gives Troy one last fierce breath. It gives the Greeks one last taste of dread. It brings on the Amazons, then Memnon, and it throws Achilles into the center of these final storms, like a blade that has not yet learned how to dull. Achilles at this stage is both man and omen. The Greeks think of him as their surest weapon, but they also fear the scale of his wrath, because he is the kind of warrior who can save an army and also shame it. His mother is Thetis, a sea goddess who tried every trick of divinity to prevent his mortality from swallowing him, and every version of his childhood carries the same anxious truth. He is destined for greatness that ends early. He knows it in his bones even when he does not say it aloud. The mythic imagination treats him like a candle made of rare wax, brilliant and doomed to burn too fast. After Hector's death, after the great griefs and triumphs that follow Patroclus, Achilles stands in a strange balance between exhaustion and invincibility. The Trojans recoil at the mention of his name. The Greeks exhale when they see him stride onto the field. He is the war's sharpest fact and its most dangerous myth. Then Penthesilea comes. The Amazons have always lived in the Greek imagination as a frontier of possibility and fear. They are women who fight like men, who live by laws that seem to deny the domestic order the Greeks considered natural. Whether the Amazon myth echoes distant memories of steppe warrior cultures, or is primarily a symbolic invention, the stories treat them as real enough to be terrifying. They are skilled horsewomen, archers with deadly patience, disciplined formations moving across open country like wind over grass. In art and poetry, they are exotic and noble and doomed, the perfect enemy for a hero who must prove not only strength, but the rightness of his world. To fight an Amazon is to fight a mirror that refuses to flatter you. Penthesilea is called Queen. Some traditions say she comes with an inner wound, a guilt that drives her to Troy as much as loyalty to Priam. She has killed her sister by accident in a hunting frenzy or a battlefield confusion, and the stain of that moment follows her like smoke. You can feel the myth shaping her as a tragic figure rather than a simple invader. She is not merely brave. She is seeking redemption through danger, which is a very Greek idea of purification. She arrives at the gates of Troy with her warriors and their gleaming gear, and for a city that has watched hope bleed out year after year, her presence is like sudden sunrise. The Trojans have lost too many champions. Their allies have thinned. Their walls still stand, but morale is a more fragile rampart. The Amazons riding in from the edges of the world bring the thrilling illusion that fate might still be persuaded. The first clashes are fierce and quick. The Amazons do not fight like desperate defenders. They fight like an army that has chosen this war, which makes them more dangerous than men who are simply trying to survive. Greek lines tighten. Trojan spirits lift. The plain that has been the stage of so many male legends now hears the thunder of hooves and the sharp singing of women who have been trained to treat fear as a small thing. The poets who told this story loved the contrast. Achilles is the greatest of Greek men, the archetype of heroic violence. Penthesilea is the greatest of Amazon women, the archetype of heroic defiance. Their meeting is inevitable, in the way myths are inevitable, as if the story itself demands that two symbols collide to decide which world will be allowed to endure. When they finally face each other, the fight is described with the kind of grandeur that suggests the poets knew they were writing the last bright chapters of Troy's defense. Penthesilea is swift and fearless, not reckless, but intensely alive in the way a doomed champion often is. Achilles is a storm that has learned to take human shape. Spears flash, shields ring. The surrounding soldiers fall back, because even in a war that has seen gods descend into the melee, there are moments when everyone understands that they are watching something larger than strategy. Achilles kills her. The exact mechanics vary by telling, but the essence is constant. The Amazon queen falls by the hand of the Greek, who is almost too great to be called human. Then comes the unsettling moment that has haunted this myth for centuries. Achilles looks at her face. The rage of combat drains away, and what remains is something softer and stranger. Some poets say he feels love or desire. Others say pity or awe. But the emotional truth is similar. He recognizes her beauty and her courage too late. It is a reminder that even the greatest warrior can be ambushed by the quiet power of what he has destroyed. The story adds a cruel human detail through Thersites in some traditions, a coarse Greek who mocks Achilles for his sudden tenderness. Achilles kills him for the insult, which is both an extension of his violent nature and a sign of how raw his emotions remain. The Amazons are defeated, but the war does not pause to honor them properly. It consumes their story and immediately hungers for the next one. For Troy, the arrival of the Amazons is a fierce spark, but sparks die quickly when the wood is wet with grief. The defenders have gained a legend and lost it within days. Still, the idea that Penthesilea rode to Troy at all matters. It shows the late war's desperate magnetism, how the city's fate has become the central drama of the mythic world, pulling allies from distant geographies and half-imagined realms. To the Greeks, this also reinforces Achilles' terrifying status. He is not only Hector's slayer, he is the conqueror of the Amazon Queen, a victory that symbolically reasserts the Greek vision of order over the wild frontier of alternative power. But the poets were not satisfied with one final ally. The war needed another surge, another foreign champion whose arrival would make the Greeks uneasy again. That champion is Memnon. Memnon enters the tradition with an aura of distance. He is king of the Ethiopians in many sources, though the ancient Greek use of that term often referred broadly to peoples from the far south or east, rather than a precise modern geography. The point is not cartography. The point is wonder. Memnon's army is dark, armoured and impressive. Another reminder that Troy's struggle has become global in mythic terms. He is the son of Eos, the dawn goddess, and that divine parentage imbues him with a kind of luminous sadness. The dawn comes every day, beautiful and brief, a spectacle that fades into ordinary light. To be the child of dawn is to carry the symbolism of glory that cannot last. Memnon arrives after Penthesilea's fall, when the Trojans have already tasted the cruelty of hope restored and removed. His presence renews that cycle. He is described as a warrior of exceptional stature, skilled and commanding, someone who can step into the gap left by Hector's death and make the Greeks doubt the outcome again. The Greeks, too, need this. A war story without worthy adversaries becomes dull. The mythic imagination requires balance. If Achilles is the apex of Greek heroism, Memnon must be the apex of the late Trojan alliance. Their first encounters with Memnon's forces are punishing. The Greeks have fought for years, but fresh strength from a distant kingdom is like a cold wind cutting through a camp that thought it understood the season. Memnon himself kills Antilochus in many versions, the son of Nestor, a young man associated with loyalty and promise. This death is not merely another casualty. It is a narrative sign that the war still has the power to wound the Greeks in personal, intimate ways. Nestor's grief becomes a minor echo of Priam's earlier anguish. The symmetry is deliberate. War does not grant exclusive ownership of sorrow. Achilles is drawn toward Memnon as a blade finds a whetstone. The poets frame their duel as a meeting of semi-divine destinies. Both have divine mothers. Both are celebrated as the best of their peoples. Both are fated to die young. The myth likes to place them under the gaze of the gods, as if Olympus itself has grown quiet to watch two bright lives burn their last fierce flame. Eos prays for her son. Thetis prays for hers. Zeus in some versions weighs their fates on a scale, an image that appears elsewhere in Greek tradition. a reminder that even gods of great power acknowledge certain structures of destiny that cannot be bribed forever. The duel is described as evenly matched, which is crucial to Memnon's role. He cannot be a simple stepping stone for Achilles. He must feel like a real threat, a warrior who might plausibly end Achilles' story on his own. Their weapons fragment, their footwork carves the plain, the air around them seems to tighten. When Achilles finally kills Memnon, it is not presented as an effortless triumph. It is a costly superiority, the kind that leaves both victor and witness shaken by how close the world came to a different ending. Eos's grief is one of the most beautiful sorrow motifs in the Trojan tradition. The dawn goddess, mourning her son, becomes a cosmic explanation for the daily tears of morning light. Some later stories speak of birds called Memnonides that honor him in ritual combat, or of a statue that sings at sunrise, echoing a human tendency to attach natural phenomena to heroic memory. Whether these details sprang from local cults, traveler tales, or poetic embellishment, they show the old instinct to connect the rhythms of nature to the rhythms of myth. The world is not indifferent. The world remembers. With Memnon dead, Achilles stands again as the war's unavoidable center. But this sequence of victories carries its own shadow. The myths often suggest that greatness has a momentum that becomes dangerous. Every triumph sharpens Achilles further, but it also draws him closer to the edge of his own fate. The ancient audience would have known that Achilles does not survive the war, even if the Iliad itself ends before that moment. The later tradition is heavy with foreknowledge. When Achilles defeats the Amazon queen and the dawn goddess's son, he is essentially exhausting the last great adversaries the story can offer him. The next opponent is no longer a heroic champion, it is fate itself. The death of Achilles is told in different ways, but the pattern is consistent. Paris, often with Apollo's assistance, strikes him with an arrow. The location of the wound is famously tied to his heel in later tradition, though early sources are less explicit about a single vulnerable point. What matters in mythic terms is the idea that a nearly invincible warrior is undone not by a stronger man, but by a precise strike guided by divine will. It is an ending that preserves Achilles' stature while still allowing mortality to claim him. The arrow is a symbol of distance and inevitability. You cannot wrestle an arrow, you cannot argue with it. It arrives, and the story changes shape around its impact. The setting of his death is sometimes placed near the Scaean gates, or during a battle over the body of a Trojan ally, or even connected to the story of Polyxena in later, darker romantic variants. The tradition is layered, and the layers reflect the way communities and poets kept returning to Achilles as a figure too important to leave with a single ending. But when you strip the details down to their emotional spine, the scene is clear enough to feel. Achilles is fighting as he always fights, with speed and fury that makes ordinary warriors seem like slow-moving shadows. He is not cautious. He is not thinking about the quiet prophecies that have followed him. He is thinking about the present moment of war, which for him has always been the only moment that truly mattered. Then the arrow finds him. The shock is not only physical, it is narrative. The greatest Greek hero falls in the plain that has been his stage. The Greeks respond with the kind of desperate ferocity that appears whenever a legend is threatened with erasure. They fight to recover his body. Ajax the Great and Odysseus are often named in this struggle, which subtly foreshadows the grim contest that will come later over Achilles' armor. The recovery is not just an act of comradeship. It is an act of cultural preservation. A hero's body in Greek thought is not merely flesh, it is the locus of honor. To lose it to enemies would be to allow the meaning of his life to be rewritten by those who hated him. The mourning is immense. Thetis emerges from the sea with her sisters in some versions, a wave of divine sorrow crashing onto the human shore. The funeral games, the laments, the rituals, these are part of the mythic machinery that turns death into immortal memory. Achilles has achieved the very bargain that haunted him from childhood, the short life with undying fame. The ancient listeners would have recognized both the grandeur and the tragedy of this exchange. Glory is expensive. It costs time, tenderness, and the chance to grow old into quieter forms of happiness. This is also the point where the Trojan War begins to feel like it is devouring its own foundations. Achilles was not only a champion, he was the symbol of Greek inevitability. If he can fall, then the war itself might be approaching the moment where victory is no longer a question of who is strongest, but who has the remaining will to endure the last ugly miles. The appearance of the Amazons and Memnon is in this sense a narrative strategy, as much as a mythic flourish. These episodes raise the stakes, expand the geography of the conflict, and allow Achilles to shine against the last great lights of Troy's alliance, before the story must concede that even the brightest hero cannot resist the closing of the net. In the background of these tales, you can feel the way Greek myth preserved fragments of cultural contact and imagination. The Amazons, as a warrior society located at the edges of the known world, may reflect Greek encounters with cultures where women had greater public visibility in riding and warfare. Or it may reflect the symbolic need to define Greek identity against a powerful inversion of gender expectations. Memnon's distant origin reflects the Greek awareness of lands beyond their own horizon, connected through trade and rumor and the long, fragile roots of the ancient world. The Trojan War in myth becomes an international stage, a place where the Greek imagination can place everyone it fears and admires, then resolve those fears and admirations through the grind of heroic combat. As evening descends on this chapter's part of the war, the Greek camp is changed. The sea is the same, the ships are the same, but something essential has shifted. Men speak of Achilles in the past tense for the first time, and that alone is a wound deeper than any spear thrust. The armor that once seemed like a second skin for an immortal spirit now lies quiet, waiting for the next argument among the living. The Trojans behind their walls might allow themselves a fragile exhale, not because they believe the war is won, but because the monster of Greek inevitability has finally bled. The plain that has swallowed so many names receives another, and the night wind passes over it like a soft hand that does not distinguish between victor and defeated. Lamps begin to glow intense. Fires are fed. The older kings sit with the heavy understanding that the war is becoming a story that even they will not fully control anymore. The death of Ajax. After Achilles died, the war did not end. It only changed its voice. The Greeks had lived for years with the sound of his name, like a blade drawn in the dark. You could feel how much of their confidence had been built around him. How many plans and prayers had assumed he would always be there to turn the tide. When his body was carried back through the dust and the shouting, when the men saw the blood on the armor and the stillness of that face that had never looked truly afraid, something in the camp tightened and went quiet. The sea kept breathing against the shore. The ship stayed pulled up like a long line of tired horses. The kings moved with the same authority they had always worn, but even authority has moments when it feels like costume. Grief was not new to these men. The Trojan plain had been feeding on grief for a decade. But this grief was larger. It was grief for an era of the war itself. Achilles had been a guarantee. Now the Greeks had to remember what it felt like to fight without certainty. The funeral rites for Achilles were immense, not only because he had been loved, but because he had to be made into something that could outlast the shock of his absence. Thetis rose from the sea, in the mythic way the gods do when they want the world to understand that a death is not merely human sorrow, but a cosmic disturbance. The laments of the Nereids are part of that tradition that merges weather with emotion, as if the sky and the sea are obligated to echo the mourning of great figures. The Greeks burned offerings and spoke vows. They held games that honored his speed and skill, and gave the living a structure for their grief. In the ancient imagination, a hero's funeral was not a private event. It was a public act of meaning. A generation of warriors needed to see that even the most brilliant life could be shaped into glory after death, because otherwise fear would eat them alive before the next battle ever began. When the smoke thinned and the rituals approached their end, the question of Achilles' armor rose like a new fire. It was not a simple matter of inheritance. Armor, in the epic tradition, is identity made metal. It carries memory, status, and the story of who has stood in the center of danger and survived. The armor of Achilles had been forged by divine hands in the mythic telling, a gift of artistry and protection that felt almost too luminous for ordinary men. Whoever wore it next would not only gain protection, he would gain a claim to being the greatest of the remaining Greeks, and that claim would shape how the war was remembered. Two names stood above the rest, as if fate had placed them on opposite ends of the same scale. Ajax the Great was the most obvious candidate in terms of raw heroism. He was huge, the kind of man the poems describe as a tower in motion. His shield was famed for its size, his strength for its blunt inevitability. He had been the bulwark who held the Greek line when panic threatened to spread. In the Iliad, he rarely speaks in elaborate rhetoric. He acts, he stands, he fights. He is the sort of warrior whose honor is simple enough to be sacred. Next to Achilles, he had been the closest thing the Greeks had to a second thunderbolt. Odysseus was the other candidate, and he was everything Ajax was not. He was not small, but he was not a giant. His power lived in the mind, in the ability to see an angle where another man saw a wall. He could speak with the persuasive calm of a man who knows how to build a bridge between a crowd and an idea. He had been crucial in councils, in plans, in moments when intelligence mattered more than force. The war itself had already begun to tilt towards strategies that required cunning as much as swords. In many versions of the tradition, and in the later memory of Greek audiences, Odysseus was the kind of hero who could win a prize not by the weight of his arm alone, but by the weight of his argument. The contest for the arms of Achilles, therefore, became a contest between two visions of what a hero should be. Ancient sources give different versions of how the decision was made. Some say Trojan captives judged it. Some say Greek leaders debated. Some say the choice was manipulated in the back rooms of power. The facts are less important than the emotional truth the myth preserves. Ajax expected the armor, not because he was greedy, but because he believed the world still operated by a clear code of merit. He had carried Achilles' body from the battlefield alongside Odysseus. He had served as the wall, while others maneuvered behind him. To a man like Ajax, the armor did not feel like a prize to win. It felt like the natural continuation of duty. When the judges awarded the armor to Odysseus, the insult landed like a spear that cannot be pulled free. Ajax does not explode at once. He is not a man of theatrical fury. His rage seems to sink inward. It becomes the kind of anger that burns behind the eyes while the face remains still. The Greeks around him might have mistaken this silence for acceptance, because war teaches men to hide pain until pain becomes part of your posture. But shame is a different creature. Shame is more intimate. It dissolves a man from the inside, especially a man who has built his identity on honor that is visible and agreed upon by others. The ancient world was deeply invested in the idea of time and kleos, honor and fame, as the currencies that outlast mortality. An insult to honor was not just a personal wound, it was a threat to your place in the song of history. Ajax had fought for years believing that valor was a ladder you climbed with blood and endurance. Now the ladder seemed to be made of words. This is where the tragedy begins to feel less like an individual breakdown and more like a cultural anxiety expressed through a single man. The Greeks loved cunning and admired it, but they also feared the possibility that clever speech could eclipse honest strength. Ajax becomes the embodiment of that fear. Athena enters this part of the story, and the divine involvement matters because it shifts Ajax's suffering from ordinary resentment to tragic inevitability. In the mythic logic, gods do not merely observe. They adjust the moral temperature of a situation. Athena had favored Odysseus for his intelligence, for his devotion to strategy, and for the kind of respect he showed to the divine order. Ajax had not necessarily offended her in a crude way, but he was a man who could feel too self-sufficient, too reliant on strength that might not leave enough space for humility before the gods. The ancient poets used this tension often. A hero who believes himself complete invites the gods to remind him that no human is complete. So Athena strikes Ajax with madness. Madness in Greek myth is not always presented as random illness. It is often punishment or test or a terrible form of correction. Ajax in his frenzy believes he is taking revenge on the leaders who have shamed him. He imagines he is cutting down Agamemnon and Menelaus, and perhaps even Odysseus, depending on the version. The darkness of the night becomes a cloak for this false reality. But the victims of his rage are not kings. They are livestock, sheep and cattle bellow in terror. The great warrior, whose hands have held spears against Trojan champions, now slaughters animals as if they were his enemies. There is something modern and timeless in this image. It is horrifying, but it is also almost unbearably sad. The myth is not mocking Ajax. It is showing what it looks like when a man's identity fractures under the pressure of humiliation. The ancient audience would have recognized the deep shame that would follow such an episode. Ajax is not simply a dangerous madman. He is a man who will wake into the worst possible dawn. When he regains his senses, the slaughtered animals lie around him, like evidence at a trial. The camp knows, his enemies know, his allies know. In a warrior society, reputation is a form of armor as real as bronze. Ajax's reputation has been corroded in a single night. The fact that the gods caused this madness does not ease the stain, because the world of myth rarely allows a hero to evade consequences by blaming the divine. That would weaken the tragedy. Instead, Ajax is forced to live inside the humiliation of something he could not control. What remains to him is the one choice he still believes he can make. He chooses death. This decision is not impulsive. It is the last act of a man trying to reclaim agency in a story that has stripped him of it. The motif of heroic suicide in Greek myth and tragedy is never casual. It is often tied to the concept that a life without honor is not a life worth continuing. Ajax's pride is not petty, it is structural. Without honor, he cannot recognize himself. The world may still need his strength, but he no longer believes that need can heal the wound of ridicule. The scene of his final preparation is one of quiet gravity in many retellings. He seeks a secluded place. He speaks to the gods with a mixture of bitterness and acceptance. He plants his sword in the ground. In some traditions, the sword is a gift from Hector, which adds a cruel symmetry. A Trojan weapon becomes the instrument of a Greek hero's end, as if the war itself is closing a circle around him. The sword stands upright, waiting. Ajax falls upon it. The earth takes him. The moment is stark. There is no glorious duel, no flurry of spears and cheers. This is a death without spectacle, which is exactly what makes it resonate. A great warrior is undone not by an enemy's strength, but by a wound to the soul that cannot be sutured. The aftermath becomes another battlefield, but one fought with words and dignity rather than blades. The Greeks argue over whether Ajax deserves burial. The dispute is a perfect continuation of the theme that has haunted him throughout this chapter. His worth is being measured again, debated again, subjected to the judgments of men who did not carry the same weight of shame. In some traditions, Odysseus himself argues that Ajax should be honored in death despite their rivalry, which adds a note of unexpected nobility to the more complex hero. The myth does not want Odysseus to be merely the man who benefited from Ajax's humiliation. It wants him to also be capable of recognizing greatness, even when it is inconvenient. This complexity is part of why the story of Ajax survived so powerfully into the world of Greek tragedy. Sophocles' play Ajax, written in the 5th century BCE, explores the hero's fall with psychological depth that must have struck ancient audiences hard, because it invited them to sympathize with a man who is both admirable and dangerously rigid. The play reflects a society that was wrestling with its own definitions of excellence, a democratic Athens that still revered the older, aristocratic code of heroic honor, but also required a different kind of civic flexibility. Ajax, in that context, becomes more than a mythic figure. He becomes a question. What happens to a society when its strongest defenders cannot adapt to the new rules of prestige? What happens when the old code of honor collides with the evolving politics of a community? Even in the epic context, Ajax's death sets the stage for what comes next. The Greeks are now a camp of diminished giants. Achilles is gone. Ajax is gone. The war will still be won, but the victory will arrive through cunning more than sheer force, a direction that aligns with the rise of Odysseus as the essential architect of the final strategy. The Trojan horse, the deceptions and night raids and complicated moral compromises of the war's conclusion all feel like they belong to a world where Ajax would have struggled to find peace. His death is not only a personal tragedy, it is a symbolic turning point for the kind of heroism that will dominate the last pages of the Trojan story. Yet the myth does not treat him as obsolete. It treats him as necessary. Every culture that tells stories about war needs a figure like Ajax. He is the stone in the river that proves the current is strong. He is the reminder that courage can be both magnificent and fragile when it depends on public recognition. He is the proof that a hero can be undone not by cowardice, but by the unbearable awareness that the world has shifted beneath his feet. As night settles again over the Greek camp, you can imagine the uneasy silence that follows his death. The tents are still. The guards walk their routes with a little more caution, as if the gods might be watching to see which men will crack next. The sea wind carries the smell of salt and old smoke. Somewhere, a few soldiers speak about Ajax in quiet voices, the way men speak about someone who was too great to be reduced to rumor. They remember his shield, his steady presence in the worst hours of battle, the way you could stand behind him and believe the line would hold. They also remember the awful sound of sheep bleating under a sword meant for kings. The two images fight inside the mind of the camp, and that fight is the true ghost of Ajax, the tension between honor and humiliation that will haunt the war even after Troy falls. The lamps begin to glow along the rows of tents. The kings, who have survived long enough to become keepers of a story bigger than their own reputations, sit with the uncomfortable truth that strength alone does not determine legacy. The younger men look toward the walls of Troy and picture a victory that now feels less like a clean triumph and more like something they must crawl toward in the dark. And in that hush, the armor of Achilles, newly claimed and newly contested in memory, seems to gleam with a cold kind of prophecy, promising that the age of raw giants is ending and the age of clever survivors is about to begin. Nisus and Euryalus. The Trojan War ended in fire and deception, but the world that survived it did not find peace in the ash. The old stories have a way of insisting that victory is only a doorway, that the fall of a city is not the end of a people, and that a long suffering can cross the sea and be reborn in a new land with a new name. This is where the Roman imagination took up the Greek inheritance and shaped it into something both familiar and fiercely its own. When Virgil wrote of Aeneas and the wanderers of Troy, he was not simply retelling a tale of escape. He was building a mythic spine for Rome, tying the empire of his own age to the ruined towers of the ancient East, and asking his audience to see their power not as accident, but as destiny tempered by loss. Within that grand architecture, the story of Nisus and Euryalus rises like a smaller tower inside a larger city, intimate and brutal, a chapter of friendship lit by the cold light of war. The Aeneid is full of kings and prophecies, and the heavy machinery of fate. Yet in this night raid the poem slows down and breathes close to two mortal hearts, as if to remind everyone listening that empires are built not only by founders and gods, but by young men who believe loyalty is worth more than life. The war in Italy has already begun to resemble the war at Troy in its shape and its sorrow. Aeneas has landed among unfamiliar rivers and forests, carrying the burden of his household gods and the memory of a city that only exists now in songs and nightmares. The Latins are not villains in any simple sense. Turnus is not a monster. He is a local champion who believes a foreign fleet has come to steal what was promised to him, a bride, a kingdom, a future that felt as legitimate as dawn. The tensions between old residents and new arrivals are not framed as clear good against clear evil. They are framed as collision. This is partly why the Aeneid can feel so modern in its emotional logic. It understands that history is rarely a story of one side being righteous and the other being wicked. More often it is a story of two rights that cannot fit in the same narrow world. When Aeneas leaves the camp to seek allies, the Trojans are left behind their hastily built defences, threatened by Turnus and the Rutulians, an enemy force that is hungry to crush the newcomers before their roots can settle. The Trojan camp becomes a smaller echo of besieged Troy itself, but with an important difference. In this new war, the Trojans are not defending the city of their birth. They are defending the fragile possibility of their future. Nisus and Euryalus belong to that tense interim, the moment when a people is suspended between what they lost and what they have not yet earned. Nisus is often presented as older, experienced, gifted in speed and stealth, a man who has already learned that survival in war depends on more than courage. Euryalus is younger, striking, luminous with the kind of beauty that poets notice because they know it makes the coming tragedy sharper. Virgil introduces their bond with unusual tenderness. He does not treat them as incidental soldiers. He pauses to frame their friendship as something exemplary, a model of devotion that should make the audience feel both admiration and dread. The Roman world valued loyalty between comrades in arms, and the Aeneid, written in the age of Augustus, is saturated with ideals of duty, endurance, and the sacrifice of the individual for the future of the community. Yet this episode also pulses with personal affection that feels almost too warm for the harsh logic of epic. Virgil allows the relationship to be intense and exclusive, a private flame inside a public war, and he knows exactly what he is doing when he sets that flame against the wet darkness of a dangerous night. The Rutulians press the siege hard, but night inevitably arrives, and with night comes fatigue, the soft armor of exhaustion that can seduce even disciplined armies into carelessness. The enemy camp sprawls across the plain with a confidence that is almost reckless. Fires burn low, wine is shared, victory is imagined as certain. In this relaxed disorder, Nisus sees an opening. He proposes a mission that is both practical and heroic. Someone must break through the enemy lines and reach Aeneas with news of the siege and with a plea for swift return. The plan is hard, but not impossible. The greater risk is that what begins as a messenger mission can easily blur into the temptation of a raid, because war offers the hungry heart too many chances for sudden glory. Euryalus insists on joining him. The older warrior tries to resist at first, not out of doubt about Euryalus' courage, but out of protective love that the poem treats as noble. The younger man is fierce in his insistence. He wants a share of danger and honor. He wants to prove that his loyalty is not ornamental. He is also the kind of youth who believes that death is a rumor that happens to other people until the moment it does not. The scene of their departure is one of the quiet, emotional peaks of the episode. Euryalus' mother appears, a figure of civilian tenderness dragged into the military world's harsh geometry. Her sorrow is a reminder that the cost of heroic action is never limited to the hero. She begs him not to go. The plea is not theatrical. It is the plain human fear of a parent who has already lost a homeland and cannot bear to lose her child as well. Nisus promises to protect Euryalus, and the promise is both sincere and tragically impossible, because no man can guarantee another man's life in a world where fate and chance move like hidden knives. Virgil uses this mother not only to add pathos, but to anchor the episode in the reality of displaced people. The Trojans are refugees as much as warriors. Their women and elders are living inside a precarious camp that could be burned at any time. The mother's grief gives the story its domestic heartbeat, the reminder that even epic wars are fought at the edge of family fires. They slip into the darkness. The night raid begins with a kind of terrible success. The Rutulians sleep heavily, dulled by wine and triumphal confidence. Nisus and Euryalus move like shadows with intent. They kill men in their sleep, swift and efficient. The poem describing the bloodshed with a cold beauty that makes the reader uneasy. Here Virgil touches an ancient question about the ethics of war. Is there honor in killing sleeping men? The epic tradition does not always demand modern moral clarity. It is more interested in the psychological truth that violence can be intoxicating, even for heroes who began with a clear mission. The raid becomes a spree, and the line between necessity and excess begins to blur. Euryalus in particular is drawn towards spoils. He takes a shining helmet, rich armor, trophies that reflect the torchlight, like captured stars. The choice feels small in the moment, but the epic knows how to treat small choices as the hinges of catastrophe. The glittering prize will betray him. Greed is too simple a word for what overtakes him. It is more like youthful hunger for recognition, the desire to bring back evidence of bravery that cannot be denied or debated. The raid continues until their luck begins to thin. As they attempt to return or to push onward toward Aeneas, the enemy's watch begins to stir. A patrol sees the glint of that stolen helmet in the dark. The knight that had served as their cloak becomes an accusing eye. The chase is sudden, fast, panicked. Nisus is swift, a runner shaped by practice and instinct. Euryalus is strong but less experienced in the brutal mathematics of escape. Fear changes the body. The forest becomes a maze of branches and shadows. The hunters close in. Euryalus is captured. The scene is agonizing because Virgil lets the reader feel the mismatch between the boy's courage and the world's indifference to it. He is not taken because he is cowardly. He is taken because the odds have turned, and war rarely offers fairness as a consolation prize. Nisus hears the shout and stops. This is the moment where friendship becomes fate. He could continue alone and still complete the mission. He could reach Aeneas and save the camp. The epic does not present this as a simple choice, but you can feel the weight of what it implies. The values of duty and the values of love are placed in tension. Nisus chooses love. He circles back into danger, trying to rescue Euryalus with desperate fury. He kills some of the captors. He shouts. He pleads. In some tellings, he offers his own life in exchange. The scene is chaotic and violent, and the more Nisus fights, the more inevitable the ending becomes, because the epic tradition often treats such absolute loyalty as beautiful but doomed. A spear or sword finds Euryalus. The young warrior falls. Nisus's grief turns immediate and feral. He throws himself into the enemy ranks and dies as well, not as a calculated sacrifice, but as a man who cannot imagine breathing after witnessing the death of the person who gave his life meaning in the camp's bleak nights. The bodies are brought back to the Trojan camp, and the mourning that follows is the kind of collective sorrow that a displaced people cannot afford but cannot prevent. Their deaths are not merely personal losses. They are symbolic fractures in the morale of a community fighting for the right to exist in a new land. Virgil's voice in this moment is tender and unwavering. He treats their names as worthy of enduring memory, and later Roman readers would have recognized the significance of this choice. The Aeneid is at heart a poem about duty to the future, about the sacrifice of individual desire for the survival of the collective. Yet in Nisus and Euryalus, Virgil offers a different shade of virtue, the devotion to a friend that becomes its own form of sacred obligation. The episode is often read as one of the most emotionally intimate in the epic, and the reason is simple. The poem allows these two men to love each other with an intensity that stands out amid the political and divine machinery surrounding them. Their loyalty is not abstract. It is lived in the decisions of a single night. The historical imagination of Rome liked to think of friendship in war as a pillar of military excellence, and this episode fits that cultural value while also complicating it. The raid is brave and destructive. It is also arguably a failure in strategic terms. The mission to reach Aeneas is not cleanly fulfilled by them. The indulgence in slaughter and spoils exposes the danger of youthful ardor untempered by discipline. Virgil seems to understand that heroism can be flawed yet still worthy of mourning. This nuance is crucial for the Aeneid's deeper argument about what it means to build a nation. Founding myths cannot be made solely of victories and saints. They must also contain beautiful mistakes, the blood price of impulsive courage, because that is what makes the future feel earned rather than gifted. There is also a larger shadow in the way this episode mirrors and transforms Greek precedents. The friendship of Achilles and Patroclus stands behind many later tales of martial devotion. The bond of Orestes and Pylades in tragedy offers another model of loyal companionship. Virgil writes within a tradition that expects such pairs, but he gives Nisus and Euryalus a specifically Roman framing. Their story is not set in the old heroic age of Greece. It is set in the transitional age that will lead to Roman identity. Their deaths become part of the moral ancestry of Rome, a poetic claim that the virtues of loyalty and willingness to die for one another are woven into the nation's mythic bloodstream. And yet the poem refuses to claim that such virtues guarantee a happy outcome. The night raid ends in tragedy because Virgil is not offering propaganda alone. He is offering a human truth that even an empire cannot edit out of existence. Love does not always save those who feel it most fiercely. As the war continues after their deaths, the Trojan camp grows quieter in some corners and more determined in others. The presence of Turnus remains a threat that cannot be ignored. The fortress of stakes and earthworks feels less like a temporary refuge and more like the fragile shell of a people who are learning what it means to fight for a home that exists mostly as a promise. Euryalus' mother becomes a figure of grief that lingers even when she is no longer directly in the scene, because her sorrow is the sorrow of all displaced families who watch their children become the price of a dream they did not choose. The men who knew Nisus and Euryalus will remember them not only as warriors, but as the embodiment of companionship in a world that often tries to turn men into solitary instruments of strategy. Night returns again to the camp, the same kind of night that once offered the illusion of opportunity. But it is not the same night in the heart. Fires are lit lower, voices soften earlier. Some soldiers will look toward the dark beyond the walls and remember the glint of a stolen helmet, the sudden shout, the terrible speed with which a bold plan can collapse into morning. Others will hold the memory like a talisman, proof that even in the bleak calculus of war, there are bonds worth more than survival. The Rutulian camp across the plain may celebrate their small victory, unaware that they have killed men whose names will last longer than their own. The Trojans inside their defences will carry the weight of these deaths into whatever future awaits them, because survivors do not simply move on from loss, they build on top of it, like cities raised on older ruins. Somewhere beyond the immediate line of battle, the rivers of Italy continue their indifferent courses, and the forests hold their breath under starlight. The gods in the Aeneid are more distant than the gods in Homer, yet their presence is still felt in the pressure of fate, and the way history seems to lean toward a conclusion that human beings can neither fully resist nor fully understand. Nisus and Euryalus, in their brief blaze of loyalty, have become part of that pressure, part of the mythic evidence that Rome's future was paid for by hearts that loved fiercely and died young. The camp settles into a tense quiet, the smell of smoke and pine and iron mingling in the air, while the guards listen to the dark for any sign of Turnus's next move. and the stars above remain cold and beautifully indifferent, as if they too are waiting to see what kind of world will be built from the sacrifices of the nameless and the remembered alike. The road home from Troy was never going to be a straight line for a man like Odysseus. Some heroes are born to be remembered for the single bright moment when they stand in the center of a battlefield and refuse to fall. Odysseus is remembered for endurance, for the mind that keeps turning when the body wants to sink, for the stubborn human talent of improvising survival out of fear and hunger and a little bit of spite. When the great city finally burned and the Greeks scattered to the sea, the war did not truly release him. The war had reshaped him, fed him a decade of danger and disappointment, taught him that even the gods can be unpredictable partners. He sailed with men who had learned to trust his tricks, but who also longed for the simple peace of Ithaca, for wives and children and familiar hills, for the smell of home cooking instead of smoke from enemy walls. The ships moved across waters that were both real and enchanted, because in the epic imagination the Mediterranean is not only geography, it is fate in liquid form. Each island is a test. Each harbour is a question. Each shoreline might offer rescue or ruin, and the difference between the two can be as thin as a wise decision made too late. The land of the Cyclopes arrives in the story like a piece of the world that has not learned the rules of humanity. Homer describes them as a people without assemblies, without law courts, without the shared customs that make villages into societies. They live in caves, each family answering only to its own strength. Their fields are fertile without effort. Their flocks are rich without shepherding skill. This detail is more telling than it seems. In the Greek imagination, civilization is not just walls and temples. It is the discipline of work, the agreements of community, the delicate ritual of hospitality. To claim that a people can live well without law or labor is to frame them as dangerously outside the moral economy of the human world. The Cyclopes are not merely physically monstrous, they are culturally monstrous. They represent a life without accountability, a life where strength is allowed to become its own justification. And for Odysseus, who is as much a politician and tactician as he is a warrior, that sort of world is a threat to everything he believes makes life worth returning to. When Odysseus's ships approach the Cyclopean coast, the men see lush land and shelter and the promise of food. The temptation is almost ordinary. Sailors in the Bronze Age and in the centuries when these tales were shaped within oral tradition would have understood this hunger. Sea travel was dangerous, slow, and dependent on weather and luck. To find an island rich with grazing animals and fresh water was to find a blessing. The story likely preserves this deep maritime logic beneath its mythic surface. Odysseus sends out scouts, then goes himself with a selected group of men, carrying gifts meant for a host. This detail matters because the epic is built on the code of Xenia, the sacred guest friendship protected by Zeus himself. A stranger arrives. A host offers food, shelter, and respect. The guest, in turn, offers gratitude and a gift and a promise of goodwill. This system was more than etiquette. It was a survival structure in a world where the road and the sea were full of uncertainty. Break this code and you invite divine anger and social collapse. Odysseus enters the cave of Polyphemus, expecting that even a strange people will honor at least the basic outline of hospitality. His mistake is not naivete. It is faith in the idea that humanity, even in its most rugged corners, still recognizes the sacred boundaries of guest and host. The cave itself is described with the vivid, practical detail of a place where real herdsmen might live, then inflated into the scale of myth. There are pens for sheep and goats. There are racks of cheese. There are bowls of milk. The storage of food suggests not poverty, but abundance. Odysseus's men want to take what they can and leave. It is a sensible instinct, the kind that might save lives in a hostile land. But Odysseus chooses a different path. He wants to meet the owner of the cave. He wants to see what kind of host this creature might be. The decision is crucial because it sets his character in contrast with the brute logic of survival. He is curious. He is proud. He believes his words can shape outcomes as surely as his sword. Then the owner returns, and the story tilts into horror with the controlled confidence of a poet who knows exactly how to tighten the air in a listener's lungs. Polyphemus is vast. He is not a refined monster with clever speech. He is a shepherd giant, a figure of earthiness and appetite. He rolls a stone across the entrance that seals the cave like a tomb door. When Odysseus introduces himself and invokes the laws of hospitality, Polyphemus responds with contempt. He does not fear Zeus. He does not care for the rules of men. He answers with the logic of a world without communal law. Then he grabs two of the Greeks and eats them. The act is presented without polite ornament. It is meant to shock because it violates every expectation of human conduct. The cannibalism is not only a physical threat, it is a symbolic inversion of civilization. The host consumes the guest. The home becomes a slaughterhouse. The sacred code is turned into a joke told with teeth. If Odysseus had been a simpler hero, this might have become a story of brute retaliation. But he is not built that way. He is trapped, certainly, and afraid. But his mind goes to problem solving the way a wounded animal goes to instinct. He sees the stone that blocks the entrance and understands that killing Polyphemus outright would not solve the immediate problem if none of his men could move that barrier. So he pauses the revenge that every warrior impulse would demand and begins to plan a solution that is more delicate and more dangerous. He has wine with him, a strong vintage taken earlier from the raids at Ismarus among the Cicones, a reminder that the Odyssey often links one episode to another through the physical objects a man carries. This wine is not a casual drink. It is a tool waiting to be discovered. Odysseus offers it to Polyphemus in a gesture that looks like hospitality, but is in truth a trap laid with polite hands. The Cyclops drinks greedily, astonished by its strength. The moment is almost darkly comic, because the great giant is undone not by a stronger opponent, but by his own indulgence. When Polyphemus asks Odysseus his name, Odysseus answers with the most famous lie in ancient literature. He says he is nobody. The choice is not random. It is the kind of cunning that transforms language into a weapon. In Greek storytelling, names carry identity and fate. To deny your name is to step briefly outside the net of consequence. When Polyphemus collapses into drunken sleep, Odysseus and his men act with swift terror. They have prepared a stake from an olive tree, hardened it in the fire, and sharpened it to a brutal point. They drive it into the Cyclops' single eye, twisting it with the urgency of men who know that hesitation is death. The scream that follows is the sound of a mythic world splitting open. Polyphemus calls to his neighbors, and the beauty of Odysseus' false name becomes clear. The other Cyclopes ask who is hurting him. He answers that nobody is killing him. The logic of language traps him. The neighbors leave, believing he is struck by some private madness or divine illness. The irony is sharp enough to be satisfying. A creature who rejects law is now undone by the law of words. A monster who lives alone is abandoned by his own kind when he finally needs communal aid. Yet the story is not finished with danger. Blinding the Cyclops is only the middle chapter of survival. Odysseus must still get his men out of the cave. Polyphemus, now blind, gropes toward the entrance each morning to let his flock out, placing his hands over the backs of the animals to ensure that no human slips past. Odysseus responds with one of his most imaginative acts of escape. He ties his men beneath the bellies of the sheep, using the very wealth of the Cyclops as the vehicle of liberation. The image is strange and tender and terrifying all at once. Great animals shuffle out into daylight, carrying fragile human lives hidden beneath wool and muscle. Polyphemus speaks to his favorite ram in some versions, his voice thick with grief, wondering why the animal is last to leave, unaware that Odysseus himself clings beneath it. The passage carries a quiet note of pity even for the monster. The Cyclops is cruel, but he is also a shepherd who loves his flock. The myth allows this complexity because it knows that fear is more powerful when it is attached to something almost human. When the Greeks reach their ship and push out to sea, the moment feels like a release of breath the audience has been holding for pages. It is a triumph of wit over strength, a story that would have delighted ancient listeners who admired intelligence as a heroic attribute. But the Odyssey is never content to let victory stand without testing the hero's weaknesses. Odysseus cannot resist the final word. He shouts his real name to Polyphemus as they sail away. This is the moment where pride becomes tragic fuel. The impulse is deeply human. After being reduced to prey in a dark cave, after watching men die in the most humiliating way imaginable, he wants the world to know that it was Odysseus of Ithaca who overcame this monster. The need for Cleos, for fame that outlives the body, rises in him like a fever. In the heroic culture of the epics, such a declaration is nearly reflexive. But this is exactly why the poet punishes it. Polyphemus is not just a monster. He is the son of Poseidon. When his identity is confirmed, he calls upon his father with a prayer that is more curse than plea. He asks that Odysseus should never reach home, or if he must, that he should arrive alone, broken, late, to find trouble waiting. Poseidon hears. The sea that had been a road becomes a judge. The curse stretches across the rest of the epic like a long shadow cast by a single reckless moment. The myth here is making a broader argument about human nature. Intelligence can save you, but pride can reopen the trap you just escaped. Survival is not only about defeating external threats, it is also about mastering the appetite within yourself for recognition, revenge, and the sweet, dangerous thrill of being known. The Cyclops episode also sits within a larger web of ancient thought about the boundaries of the human. The Cyclops can be read as a mythic embodiment of what the Greeks feared in the absence of polis life. Without shared institutions, without councils and laws, a community becomes a set of isolated caves. The episode becomes a parable about the value of civilization told through the language of horror. Later writers and artists would return to this story again and again because it balances so many attractive tensions. The cave is both home and prison. The shepherd is both provider and predator. The hero is both brilliant and flawed. And woven into it all is the sacred rule of hospitality, violated so grotesquely that the audience is reminded why such rules existed in the first place. Even the details of cheese and milk and sheep root the myth in the everyday ancient world of pastoral economies, where a man's wealth could be measured in animals and the success of a season could determine whether a family lived through winter. The Odyssey's genius lies partly in this ability to dress grand symbolic fears in the clothes of ordinary life. Some scholars have also suggested fascinating, possible, real-world inspirations for the Cyclops myth, including the discovery of fossilized skulls of prehistoric elephants in the Mediterranean, particularly in places like Sicily, where the large central nasal cavity might be mistaken for a single huge eye socket by people unfamiliar with such bones. This idea cannot be proven as the sole origin, but it offers a vivid reminder that ancient myth-making often grew out of the meeting between imagination and physical evidence. A strange skull might become a giant. A dangerous coastline might become a monster's territory. The Greeks who travelled westward during periods of colonization and trade would have encountered landscapes that felt different from the familiar Aegean world, and stories of wild, lawless inhabitants could easily fuse with older narrative patterns about giants and divine offspring. The Cyclops therefore stands at the crossroads of poetic invention, cultural anxiety, and possibly even paleontological wonder. A perfect example of how myth can be both fantasy and a distorted mirror of human experience. By the time Odysseus sails away from the Cyclopean shore, he has gained a victory that feels like a legend in miniature, and a disaster that will shape the rest of his life. His men might cheer, then fall silent when the first storms sent by Poseidon begin to gather. The sea darkens, the wind changes its voice, the horizon seems to recede as if the world is punishing confidence. In the quiet hours of night aboard the ship, with oars resting and stars watching from a distance too cold to comfort, Odysseus might feel the weight of what he has done. Not the blinding of the monster, which was necessity, but the revelation of his name, which was hunger. The Odyssey is a poem that understands hunger in all its forms. Hunger for food, hunger for safety, hunger for home, hunger for reputation. And it suggests that the last of these can be the most dangerous, because it disguises itself as dignity while quietly sabotaging the future. The ship continues into darkness, carrying survivors who will measure the rest of their journey in storms and losses. Behind them, the blinded shepherd still sits on his shore, not dead, but changed forever, a living reminder that even monsters can be wounded in ways that demand a divine response. Ahead of them, the scattered islands and treacherous waters of the epic wait like unopened doors. The men wrap themselves in cloaks against the sea chill. Someone tends a small lamp with cupped hands to shelter the flame from wind. The light glows on tired faces. The smell of salt and wood and old fear mingles in the air. The world feels wide again, and for a moment the victory in the cave is both a lifeline and a warning, a story within the story, proof that cleverness can pry open the jaws of fate, and proof that one careless boast can invite those jaws to return.
Hi there, and welcome back to Dreamoria. Tonight I am going to tell you the entire story of all 9 realms in Norse mythology. If you like these stories, please like and subscribe. This is the best way to support the channel. Thank you for being here. Now, close your eyes if you want, and let us begin. Before there were walls of gold in Asgard, before Midgard learned the taste of bread and blood and song, before the elves sang their bright secrets and the dwarfs cooled their furnaces, there was a feeling more than a place. A cold without pity, a heat without mercy, a silence so deep it could be mistaken for eternity. The Old Norse storytellers did not begin with a tidy globe floating in darkness. They began with tension, with extremes, with the sense that existence was something that had to be earned from a universe that was not eager to give it. In the farthest distances of memory lay the yawning gap called Ginnungagap, a vast emptiness that was neither home nor enemy, merely the space where the first conflict could become the first creation. To one side spread the ice and mist of Niflheim, to the other burned the roaring furnace of Muspelheim, and between them, where frost met flame and melted into a strange living steam, the first heartbeat of myth took shape. We will come to those realms later. Tonight, we are not walking through a doorway yet. We are standing beneath the roof of the entire world. Because the 9 realms are not simply 9 islands scattered across a cosmic sea. They are 9 notes in one long song, and the instrument that holds them together is a tree so immense that calling it a tree feels almost like an insult. Yggdrasil is not a backdrop. It is the architecture of fate itself. Imagine a trunk wider than mountains, bark scarred by time that predates time, a living column that rises through the layers of reality. Its branches spread like rivers of green fire. Its roots claw deep into realms that even the gods treat with caution. In this world, the cosmos is not built of stone and stardust. It is grown, it is fed, it is wounded, it is healed. And like any living thing, it is never fully safe. The ancient poems tell us that creatures inhabit this colossal ash, as if the tree is not only a road, but a battlefield of quiet, ceaseless struggle. At its crown perches an eagle older than storms, a watcher whose gaze can turn distance into detail. Between its eyes sits a hawk, sharp as a blade of winter daylight. Along the trunk darts Ratatoska, the restless squirrel who carries insults and secrets up and down the bark, a small creature in the middle of grand wars, proving that even in myth the smallest tongues can sharpen the largest conflicts. Beneath the roots gnaws Nidhogg, the dragon or serpent who worries the wood with patient hunger. Not all destruction is dramatic. Some of it is slow. Some of it is a mouth in the dark that never tires. 4 stags browse among the branches, nibbling leaves that shimmer with cosmic importance, as if life itself must be eaten so life itself can continue. These details do not exist merely for decoration. They are metaphors with teeth. The Norse imagination did not believe that order was effortless. Even the world tree is under pressure. Even the world tree suffers. This is where the 9 realms begin, not as a travel itinerary, but as a living system of alliances, rivalries, and debts. When people say the names of the realms, they often picture 9 separate countries, but the older idea is stranger and richer. The realms are like families living in the same ancestral house, separated by doors and floors and old grudges, forced to share a fate no one can entirely escape. Asgard, where the Aesir rule with spear and wisdom and uneasy nobility. Vanaheim, home of the Vanir, whose power flows through fertility, sea winds, wealth and prophecy. Alfheim, bright with the subtle presence of the light elves. Midgard, the human world, ringed and defended, fragile and courageous. Jotunheim, the land of giants, where wilderness gains a voice and ancient forces refuse to kneel. Svartalfheim, the shadowed realm of makers and smiths, whose craft shapes the very tools of gods. Niflheim, cold and primal, where mist and deep waters remember the first days. Muspelheim, the blazing domain of fire, destruction, and unstoppable momentum. Helheim, the quiet kingdom of the dead, stern and inevitable as dusk. Tonight we are learning why they cannot be understood alone. The roots of Yggdrasil reach toward 3 great anchors of reality. One stretches to the realm of the gods, where the well of Erd lies beneath the care of the Norns. Another reaches toward the land of the giants, drawing from ancient depths that predate divine law. A third sinks into the cold, dark reaches associated with Niflheim, near the roaring source of waters and serpents. The stories differ in detail across poem and prose, across region and era, but the shape of the truth remains steady. All life, even divine life, depends on what lies beneath. This is the Norse worldview in miniature. The future is not built only by what you want, it is built by what you owe. Near that sacred well in the realm of the gods, 3 figures sit at the edge of time. The Norns are not gentle fairies who exist to decorate destiny. They are the weavers of law that even Odin treats with respect. Erd is what has happened. Verdandi is what is happening. Skuld is what must happen. Their names feel like a drumbeat of inevitability. The gods can fight, the gods can bargain, the gods can delay, but the final shape of things is already written into the grain of existence. This is why Norse mythology is so full of tension. It is not a story about immortals who always win. It is a story about powerful beings who know they are not above the ending. Odin, the Allfather, does not sit on his throne with the relaxed confidence of a ruler whose story will go on forever. He is a god of knowledge and of fear. He is a collector of truths that are painful to hold. His quest for wisdom is not a hobby, it is a survival strategy. He sacrifices an eye for a deeper sight. He hangs himself upon the world tree to seize the secrets of runes. He does not do these things because he is theatrical, He does them because the universe has teeth, and he intends to learn where they are before they bite. Even that act of hanging on Yggdrasil tells us what the tree truly is. It is not merely a plant, it is a threshold, a gallows, a ladder, a teacher. The 9 realms are the classrooms of this brutal, beautiful cosmology. You can sense that classroom even in the way Midgard is imagined. Humans are not placed at the center of the universe as its obvious purpose. They are placed in a defended enclosure made from the remains of a primordial giant, protected by gods who care for them and also need them. The world is not built for comfort, it is built for endurance. You can sense it in the giants, too. The Jotnar are often made into villains in later retellings, but the older pulse of the stories gives them a more complicated power. The giants are the raw forces of the wild, the stubborn truth that nature does not exist to flatter civilization. Storms, mountains, winter, the sea that swallows ships without apology, the deep time of stone and glacier. All of these can wear a giant's face in the imagination of a people who lived close to danger. The gods opposed the giants not only to be heroic, but to preserve a fragile line between a world that can be lived in and a world that cannot. But here is the secret that the myths keep whispering. The gods also need the giants. Without Jotunheim, Asgard loses its meaning. Without chaos, order becomes vanity. Without the wild, the civilized forgets why it exists. That is why Loki stands at the center of so many dangers. He is kin to giants and companion to gods, a walking contradiction with sharp laughter and sharper consequences. His stories prove that the border between realms is not a wall, it is a wound that can open. As we trace the 9 realms, we must remember this. The Norse cosmos is not clean. It is not moral in the simple sense. It is a world of competing necessities. The elves of Alfheim carry another kind of necessity. They are the glimmer of the unseen world, the idea that beauty and inspiration may be real forces, as vital as iron and oath. The light elves are not always described in detail, and that mystery is part of their power. The storytellers left room for the listener's imagination to supply the shimmer. To a farmer who watched the sun rise over snow and felt that sudden, blinding purity of light, it was easy to believe that there were beings made of that brightness. And the dwarfs, whether you place them under Svartalfheim or fold them into broader, shadowed regions of myth, represent the opposite but equally sacred art, craft, the ability to impose form on chaos. The hammer, the spear, the ring, the ship that folds like cloth, the golden boar bristling with enchantment. These treasures are not just magic toys, they are symbols of invention in a harsh world. When survival depends on tools, the maker becomes mythic. So even here, at the beginning, the 9 realms are already speaking to each other. The dead are listening too. Helheim is not yet our destination, but the weight of it rests on the story like a hand on a shoulder. Death in Norse thought is not one simple city with one simple gate. The heroic dead may go to Odin's hall. Others may be claimed by Freya. Many go to Hel, whose domain is neither purely evil nor purely merciful. It is simply the honest place where endings are kept. In a culture that knew the bitterness of winter and the suddenness of accident, a complex afterlife was a way of saying that life is not a single road for all. All of this is held in the branches and roots of Yggdrasil. And then there is Ragnarok. Even if you never speak the word aloud, you can feel it in the stories, the way you feel thunder long before rain. The 9 realms are not a static diagram. They are a narrative system aimed toward a future catastrophe that is also a future transformation. The world tree is living, but it is not unbreakable. The serpent gnaws, the dragon chews, the gossiping squirrel sows bitterness. The gods arm themselves, the giants wait. The end is not a surprise in these myths. The end is a promise. That may be the most haunting and most human gift of the Norse worldview. Fate is not there to comfort you. Fate is there to invite you to be brave anyway. So when a skald in a smoky hall recited these stories, the listeners were not merely entertained. They were being taught how to stand upright in a universe that did not guarantee their safety. They were being shown that courage and honor matter precisely because they do not always win. You can lose in the end and still be worthy. This is why the world tree matters so much. In many mythologies, heaven is above and the underworld is below, and the mortal world sits politely in between. The Norse picture is more organic. The realms are nested and entangled and connected by living roots. Stories of gods traveling between them are not just adventures, they are statements of cosmic politics. When Odin seeks wisdom from Mimir, when Thor crosses into giant lands to test strength and pride, when Freya's longing ties him to fated choices, these are not separate myths floating in isolation. They are the veins of one body. And the body is the tree. If you close your eyes, you can imagine the realms not as 9 dots on a map, but as 9 kinds of atmosphere. Asgard feels like polished stone under the weight of responsibility. Vanaheim feels like salt air and fertile earth and the soft menace of prophecy. Alfheim feels like morning light that almost speaks. Midgard feels like hearth, smoke, and grit and the stubborn laughter of people who must survive. Jotunheim feels like wind over empty peaks and the deep dignity of things that cannot be tamed. Svartalfheim feels like hot metal and secret bargains struck under stone. Niflheim feels like breath freezing in your lungs. Muspelheim feels like a blade of heat that can erase a world. Helheim feels like the quiet after the last footstep. Each realm is a mood of existence. Each is necessary. In the coming chapters we will step into them one by one. We will meet the gods in their halls and the giants in their wild courts. We will listen for the elves in the light and for the dwarfs in the forge glow. We will trace the human ring of Midgard and feel how close the serpent lies beneath it. We will return to the primordial cold and the primordial fire to remember how the universe began. And we will eventually stand at the threshold of Helheim, where the stories grow softer, not because they are less important, but because death is a truth that does not need to shout. But for now we remain beneath Yggdrasil. The Norns continue their quiet work. The eagle watches, the dragon gnaws, the squirrel runs with its petty wars of words. The leaves tremble as if they can feel the future. And somewhere far above, in the high seat of a god who has sacrificed too much to pretend he is fearless, Odin listens to the wind in the branches and hears the shape of what is coming. If Yggdrasil is the spine of the cosmos, then Asgard is the high-held crown that insists the spine must stand straight. The realm of the Aesir rises with the confidence of a people who believe that order is not a luxury but a duty, and that chaos is never more than a season away from knocking at the gate. In the imagination of the North, Asgard is both fortress and promise. It is the place where law and warcraft are polished into sacred arts, where oaths are not mere words but iron bonds that can keep the sky from collapsing into the sea. You can picture it in the long firelit halls where the walls hold the echo of spears set in racks, where the floors shine with the patient care of servants who know their work is part of the dignity of gods. At the heart of this realm stands Valhalla, the hall raised for those who died with weapons in their grip, a place as much about preparing for the last battle as it is about honoring the dead. The chosen slain train and feast, devouring boar that returns renewed, drinking mead that seems to pour without end, living not in lazy indulgence, but in a rhythm that mirrors the eternal anxiety at the core of Asgard. Even paradise here has a schedule of readiness. Odin's presence in Asgard is like a storm that learned to think. He does not rule with the complacency of a monarch who expects history to kneel. He rules like a strategist who has glimpsed the last page of the story and is unwilling to accept it without a fight. His high seat, Hlidskjalf, is less a throne of luxury than a watchtower of knowledge. From it he sees across the realms, not to satisfy curiosity, but to measure threats and opportunities like a gambler who knows that every coin on the table might be his last. The ravens that fly from him are not ornaments of Gothic charm. Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, are extensions of his hunger for information, for the kinds of truth that make rulers dangerous and lonely. And around him is a court that carries the weight of a divine state. Frigg, whose wisdom often lives in silence rather than spectacle, holds the household and the moral gravity of kingship. Heimdall stands as the sentinel of thresholds, hearing grass grow and wool move on sheep, the mythic expression of constant vigilance. And Thor, the thunder-bearer, is the hammer heart of Asgard's defense, a god whose strength is not merely personal but political, because every strike against the giants is a reassurance delivered to the fragile worlds beneath. Yet Asgard, for all its high towers and holy duties, is not the oldest shape of divine power. The Vanir of Vanaheim carry a different ancient authority, a kind of sovereignty that does not shine with the hard edge of a spear but with the deep, patient glow of fertile soil and rising tide. If Asgard feels like stone warmed by a disciplined flame, Vanaheim feels like rain that arrives exactly when the earth begins to crack. It is a realm that suggests abundance can be a form of power equal to conquest. The Vanir are gods of prosperity, fertility, the sea's generous cruelty and generous wealth, and the kind of prophecy that feels less like a shouted oracle and more like a quiet inevitability in the bones. Njord is tied to wind and trade and the shifting fortune of voyages. Freyr embodies growth and peace, the gentle face of power that can still command fear when insulted. Freyja is both love and war, tenderness and ferocity in a single, brilliant figure, a goddess who receives half the fallen and thus stands as a rival answer to Odin's claim on heroic death. Vanaheim is not soft. It is simply built on a different logic, a different understanding of what keeps a world alive. The war between the Aesir and the Vanir lives in the myths like a scar that never became an ugliness, because it matured into a lesson. The stories speak of conflict triggered by distrust and wounded pride, of a clash between two divine families whose values overlapped yet refused to fully align. The Aesir represent governance forged through battle and law. The Vanir represent life's continuance, wealth, fertility, and the intimate diplomacy of nature's cycles. Neither side could entirely crush the other. That matters. The result was not annihilation but exchange, the kind of peace that proves even gods must accept compromise in a universe larger than their ambitions. Hostages were traded. Freyr and Freyja came to dwell among the Aesir, bringing with them a vivid reminder that prosperity is not a decorative blessing, but a strategic necessity. In return, figures tied to the Aesir crossed into the Vanir sphere, and in that mingling, the divine order of the North became a blended power rather than a single bloodline of authority. This is how the Norse imagination reconciled two sacred traditions, not by erasing one, but by weaving both into the strongest possible mythic fabric. Asgard's stories often unfold like political dramas shot through with thunder. You see that in the constant tension with Jotunheim, the realm of giants whose existence makes the walls of Asgard feel necessary. The mythic age is filled with episodes that read like high-stakes negotiations performed under the threat of violence. A giant builder offers to raise Asgard's fortifications, demanding the sun, the moon, and the hand of Freya as payment. The gods, confident in their cunning, accept under conditions they expect will save them from the cost. Loki's meddling collapses the giant's advantage at the last moment, and the payment is avoided by the kind of trickery that feels clever and shameful at once. This episode does more than entertain. It frames Asgard as a realm that survives not only through strength but through moral risk. The gods are defenders of order, yes, but they are also politicians who cheat when the survival of their world feels at stake. Their nobility is real, but it is not immaculate. Vanaheim's atmosphere, by contrast, suggests a quieter kind of might. It is tempting to imagine it as simply peaceful, but the Vanir are not naive gardeners. Their power is older than the battlefield and more subtle than the fortress. The sea gods of a trading people understand that wealth is a force that can reshape the world without ever lifting a sword. The fertility gods of a harsh climate know that the ability to promise harvest is the ability to promise survival. And survival is the first currency of loyalty. Freyr's later mythic choices, including the loss of his great sword in exchange for love, can be read as a tragic expression of Vanaheim's values colliding with the brutal demands of fate. Love and peace are not weak ideals, but in the Norse cosmos, they can carry terrible costs. The Vanir bring to the Aesir a reminder that a realm cannot be guarded by iron alone. It must also be fed. And so the two realms become twin pillars in a larger divine strategy. Asgard supplies the martial spine of the gods, the willingness to meet catastrophe head-on. Vanaheim supplies the lifeblood, the power to renew and enrich the world. The Aesir defend. This partnership is not always serene. There is rivalry in the background, the quiet friction of different instincts. Odin's hunger for knowledge can feel severe beside Freyja's mastery of cider, a magic of fate and transformation that some sources suggest Odin learned from her or from the Vanir tradition. The very fact that the chief god of the Aesir seeks wisdom from the Vanir suggests an important humility hidden beneath his severity. No single realm holds all truth. Even the highest throne must sometimes bow its head toward another kind of sacred power. The gold, bright image of Asgard, with its halls and bridges and feasting warriors, is made more poignant when you remember that the Aesir do not imagine themselves as untouchable. The prophecies of Ragnarok do not spare them. In a mythic universe where the end is known, every celebration becomes layered with meaning. The laughter in Valhalla is not the laughter of the careless. It is the laughter of those who understand the cost of being alive and choose joy as a form of defiance. The gods keep their dignity not by pretending the doom does not exist, but by building a culture of readiness. Thor's journeys to test giant strength and giant cunning are not random adventures. They are rehearsals for the last confrontation. Heimdall's watch is not ceremonial, it is practical. Odin's endless collecting of lore is the desperate paperwork of a ruler who knows that ignorance is a death sentence. Vanaheim faces its own shadow of fate. The Vanir, tied to growth and abundance, carry an especially painful awareness of winter's authority. When harvest fails, when the sea turns cruel, when peace collapses into blood feud, the values of Vanaheim are tested by the same hard world that forged Asgard's steel heart. This is why the union of the two divine families matters beyond mythic genealogy. It offers a worldview in which survival requires both the sword and the seed, both the wall and the well, both the warrior's discipline and the healer's patience. To a people who lived where the year could turn lethal in a single storm, this balance would have felt not theoretical but urgent. In the glow of these two realms, you can begin to see how the 9 realms will unfold as a story of interdependence. The gods are not solitary rulers of isolated kingdoms. They are participants in a cosmic network of obligations. Asgard cannot endure without the fertility and wealth currents represented by Vanaheim. Vanaheim cannot remain secure without the martial shield that Asgard offers against the oldest threats. And both realms must contend with the wider world tree, with the giants who will test their borders, with the elves and dwarfs whose gifts and secrets will alter the balance of power, with the primordial forces that birthed existence and will one day rise again to challenge it. So, imagine the sky above Asgard at evening, not as a simple backdrop of stars, but as a ceiling of responsibility. Torches burn along the walls. The great hall doors open and close with the rhythm of a living state. Somewhere inside, a council of gods argues over a choice that will ripple outward into Midgard and beyond. Now imagine, at that same hour, the winds of Vanaheim moving through sacred groves and shorelines, carrying the scent of salt and fertile earth, while a goddess of prophecy quietly weighs the currents of fate. 2 realms breathing in different tempos, yet bound to the same tree, the same future, the same unspoken promise that they will stand together when the final storm arrives. After the stern heights of Asgard and the fertile mysteries of Vanaheim, the world tree leads us into territories that feel less like kingdoms of law and more like states of being. If the Aesir and Vanir are the great ruling families of the divine, then the elves and dwarfs are the artisans of the cosmic mood, the unseen hands shaping the shimmer of wonder and the hard edge of survival. The Norse imagination treated these peoples with a kind of reverent uncertainty. They were never only neighbors of the gods. They were the hidden pulse beneath reality, the reason the air might feel enchanted at sunrise, or the reason a simple object might change the fate of realms. The stories do not always agree on borders and definitions, and that disagreement is part of their charm. It reminds us that these myths were once living things carried by many tongues, shaped by many fires. and that the difference between a light elf and a dark elf could be as fluid as the difference between dusk and midnight. Alfheim comes to us like an early morning that has not yet decided whether it is gentle or blinding. The sources speak of Yozalfar, the light elves, as beings of beauty who dwell in a realm that sounds cleaner and brighter than the worlds of men and giants. Their presence is often described with an economy of detail that makes them more haunting. The less you are told, the more you imagine. In a landscape of long winters and brief summers, light itself becomes sacred, and so a people made of light feels like a cultural prayer given a face. There is a verse tradition in which Alfheim is linked to Freya, the Vanir god of prosperity and growth, who is said to have received it as a tooth gift, a ritual of honor marking early life and divine promise. That detail is small but revealing. It binds the realm of shimmering beings to the god who governs fertile abundance, suggesting that Alfheim is not only pretty but essential, a metaphysical springtime that supports the wider balance of the world. To imagine Alfheim properly, you almost need to think in the language of weather rather than architecture. This is not an easy fortress like Asgard, nor a domain of sea winds and sacred groves like Vanaheim. This is the realm where beauty is a force, where radiance itself can be a kind of intelligence. It is tempting in modern retellings to soften the elves into harmless fair folk, but the ancient North rarely granted innocence without teeth. Light can heal, but it can also expose. It can bless, but it can also burn the eyes that look too long. The light elves, in this sense, may represent the holy edge of the unseen world, that strange feeling that some places in nature are not merely scenic but watched. The elder imagination understood that the world is filled with presences that do not always announce themselves. This is where the elves become more than decorative mythology. They serve as a bridge between the tangible and the mysterious. To live in the Norse world was to live close to forests, to mountains, to sea fog rolling without warning, to sudden shifts of season that could turn a confident voyage into a funeral. The belief in elves, whether luminous or shadowed, was a way of giving narrative shape to the feeling that life is influenced by powers you cannot always bargain with. You do your best, you speak your oaths, you set your tools in order, yet there may still be a breath of otherworldly whim that changes the outcome. Alfheim stands for that shining uncertainty. But the world tree does not allow us to linger in light without also teaching us what light depends on. The path bends downward into Svartalfheim, a realm whose name conjures darkness, hidden work, and the kind of genius that grows best when shielded from the Sunday. Here the stories become more complex, because Norse texts and later interpretations sometimes blur the line between dark elves and dwarfs. Some traditions speak of Svartalfar, others speak of Dvergar. Sometimes these labels overlap, sometimes they seem distinct. If Alfheim represents luminous otherness, Svartalfheim represents secret craft, the workshop of the cosmos where beauty is not a given gift of nature, but a hard-won achievement hammered into shape. In this realm, creation is not a soft miracle. It is labor. It is a hot breath over metal. It is the ringing sound of a hammer that does not stop until dawn has become a rumor. The dwarfs, whether one places them firmly in Svartalfheim or treats them as a broader subterranean people, are the master smiths of myth. They embody the sacred importance of making in a culture that depended on skilled hands. A good blade, a sturdy ship fitting, A finely balanced tool could mean the difference between feeding your family and watching winter eat your hopes. The dwarfs take that reality and elevate it to cosmic scale. They make objects that even gods need to survive. The most famous of these stories begins with a petty cruelty that becomes a mythic turning point. Loki, always the restless spark in the dry grass of divine order, cuts the golden hair of Sif while she sleeps. Sif is Thor's wife, and her hair is not merely personal beauty but symbolic abundance, a golden field at harvest time. By maiming her, Loki injures not only a woman's dignity but a cultural image of prosperity itself. When Thor discovers the act, his anger is swift and terrifying. The thunder god is not a complicated poet of wrath. He is justice delivered like a storm. Loki, faced with the possibility of being torn apart, makes a promise that reveals both his cunning and his instinct for survival. He will go to the master smiths and return with treasures so great that even Thor's fury might be redirected into awe. So Loki descends into the realm of craft and bargains with the sons of Ivaldi, who forge wonders that read like a list of impossible solutions to divine problems. They craft new hair for Sif, spun of gold, that will grow like natural hair when placed upon her head. They create Odin's spear Gungnir, a weapon that never misses, an image of authority made tangible. They forge Freyr's ship Skidbladnir, which can be folded and carried, yet is strong enough to cross any sea with favorable winds. The scale of these gifts is not accidental. Hair, spear, ship, beauty restored, authority sharpened, travel mastered. In 3 objects, the dwarfs answer 3 cosmic needs. But Loki's nature does not allow him to stop at one successful bargain. He wagers his own head with another pair of smiths, Brokkr and Sindri, provoking a second round of creation that becomes a contest between pride and perfection. The story of their forging is a mythic lesson about the fragility of excellence. As they work, Loki transforms himself into a biting fly to sabotage the process, stinging the smiths to disrupt their concentration. Yet even with interference, the dwarfs produce treasures that define the age of gods. They forge the boar Gullinbursti with bristles of light, a creature of speed and radiant power for Freyr. They create the ring Dropnir for Odin, from which new rings drip in steady rhythm, an image of wealth and generative magic. And then they craft Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, the most iconic weapon of Norse myth, a tool of protection and holy violence. The hammer's handle is short, a flaw attributed to Loki's interference, but the short handle becomes part of the object's character rather than a weakness that diminishes it. The Norse imagination is honest about imperfection. Even legendary objects may bear the mark of conflict. These tales do more than entertain. They show that the gods are not self-sufficient. They require the labor of other beings. The elegance of Asgard depends on the heat of hidden forges. Even Odin's authority is partly a gift of subterranean hands. This is a profound idea in a world where kings relied on smiths and warriors relied on craftsmen. The myth mirrors the social truth. Power without tools is a story that cannot survive contact with winter. Svartalfheim, then, becomes a realm where creation and danger are inseparable. To make something powerful is to invite envy, conflict, and unintended consequences. Consider also the forging of Gleipnir, the magical fetter that binds the wolf Fenrir. This binding is not achieved through brute iron but through paradox and subtlety. The fetter is made from impossible ingredients: the sound of a cat's footsteps, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the breath of a fish, the sinews of a bear, the spittle of a bird. Whether the list varies in retellings, the meaning remains sharp. The dwarfs can craft with the logic of dream and riddle, shaping reality with constraints that feel like poetry turned into law. The gods themselves rely on this delicate craft to delay catastrophe. Fenrir is not merely a beast, he is a promise of Ragnarok. Binding him is an act of temporary survival. The dwarfs give the gods time. And time, in Norse myth, is a currency more precious than gold. Now place Alfheim and Svartalfheim side by side in your mind, and you begin to see the deeper architecture of the 9 realms. The Norse cosmos does not simply alternate between good and evil. It alternates between visible and hidden, between the beauty that appears effortless and the beauty that must be built through sacrifice. Alfheim is light as gift, Svartalfheim is light as product. One realm suggests grace, the other suggests the price of grace. It is also worth remembering that these beings were likely not distant abstractions to the people who told these tales. Folklore in later Scandinavian tradition carries long echoes of elf belief, of hidden people who might bless a field or ruin it, who might be honored with respect or offended by carelessness. While the medieval texts give us the mythic outlines, the older cultural atmosphere likely included a daily sense of cohabitation with the unseen. The world was not considered empty of spirit. It was densely populated by powers, some grand enough to be named as gods, others subtle enough to be felt only as a shift in luck or mood. Alfheim and Svartalfheim are the mythic homes of that intuition. As we move through this chapter's mood, we can also sense how these realms tie into the larger tensions of the cosmos. The tools forged in shadow will later answer the threats rising in Jotunheim and the chaos coiling around Midgard. The brightness of Alfheim will stand as a fragile counterweight to the cold depths of Niflheim and the consuming inferno of Muspelheim. The 9 realms are a system. If one is misunderstood, the entire balance grows blurry. Imagine an evening in Asgard, long before the final war, when the gods are gathered with a rare moment of calm. Thor's hammer rests within reach, because it always must. Freyr's boar gleams with an inner light that refuses darkness. Odin turns a ring in his hand and contemplates the meaning of abundance in a world where endings are foretold. These objects are not just possessions. They are diplomatic agreements between realms, proof that even the highest gods must treat the hidden makers with respect. Somewhere far below, in the deep chambers of Svartalfheim, a smith wipes sweat from his brow and knows that his work has altered the course of the world tree's story. Somewhere in Alfheim, a light elf watches the dawn spill across a horizon that has never known human footprints, and the mere existence of that beauty offers a quiet defiance against the weight of doom. There is a tenderness in that contrast. The Norse myths can be brutal, but they are not cynical. They allow for wonder without pretending that wonder is free. So this chapter leaves us with 2 realms that feel like a pair of hands, one open and luminous, offering the gift of enchantment, the other calloused and patient, forging the tools that make enchantment durable. The light of Alfheim and the shadowed heat of Svartalfheim are not enemies. They are collaborators in the long survival of meaning. And as the world tree continues to shiver under the pressure of prophecy, it is these realms that remind us that beauty can be both a comfort and a weapon, and that the unseen workers of the cosmos may hold as much power over destiny as the gods who sit in high halls. If Asgard is the high seat of duty, and Vanaheim the deep pulse of abundance, if Alfheim shimmers with the holiness of light, and Svartalfheim breathes with the heat of craft, then Midgard is where all those distant powers become personal. It is where mythology stops being a map of wonders and becomes the texture of a life lived under changing skies. The name itself carries the shape of the idea, the middle enclosure, the guarded space, the ringed world where humans are allowed to exist between forces that are older, larger, and far less forgiving than any king you might meet in a hall. Midgard is not glamorous in the way the divine realms can be. It is sacred because it is vulnerable. It is a hearth surrounded by night. It is a fence built not out of arrogance but out of necessity. The old stories tell us that the gods fashioned this human world from the body of Ymir, raising the oceans from his blood, shaping mountains from his bones, and building a protective boundary out of his eyebrows to keep the giants at bay. That image is both brutal and oddly tender. The gods did not create humanity an open field with no border. They created a space that acknowledges danger as the permanent neighbor of life. In this mythic imagination, safety is not a natural right. It is a labor that must be renewed. The people who first told these tales knew exactly what that meant. Life in the North was not an abstract struggle for philosophical dignity. It was winter stores measured in handfuls. It was ships that might return heavy with trade or not return at all. It was farms that could flourish one year and starve the next. Against that reality, the idea of Midgard becomes not only cosmic geography, but a moral lesson. Humans are not the masters of the universe. They are the brave inhabitants of a small defended ring, and their courage is not a heroic costume worn for applause, but a daily posture. You can feel this in the way the myths treat human kings and heroes. They are not elevated to challenge the gods as equals. They are celebrated because they stand upright in storms the gods themselves respect. The Norse worldview is often described as bleak, but that is too simple. It does not promise comfort, it promises meaning. And meaning here is born from endurance. That endurance has a serpent-shaped shadow. Far out in the encircling sea that defines Midgard's boundary lies Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, a child of Loki and the giantess Angrboda, a creature so vast that it can wrap itself around the world and bite its own tail. This is not just a monster placed there for dramatic terror, it is the embodiment of cosmic containment. The serpent's very posture suggests a world held in a tense balance. It is both border and threat. It keeps the ocean's edge defined, and at the same time it guarantees that the edge is never safe. The idea that humanity lives inside a ring that is literally encircled by a creature of apocalyptic destiny is a mythic way of saying that the greatest dangers are not always far away. Sometimes they are the walls you trust. Sometimes the line of safety is also the line of catastrophe waiting for permission to unfold. Thor's relationship with the serpent becomes one of the most potent symbols of this truth. The thunder god is the great defender of Midgard, the one who slams his hammer against the giants and stands as the muscular reassurance that Asgard has not forgotten the human realm. Yet even Thor cannot erase the serpent. He can only confront it. Their famous encounter at sea, when Thor is said to have fished for Jormungandr using an ox head as bait, reveals a particular Norse taste for audacity. The god pulls the serpent toward the surface, and for a moment the boundary between everyday survival and cosmic horror collapses into one unforgettable scene. Different versions of the tale emphasize different outcomes, but the emotional truth is consistent. Thor is brave enough to challenge a doom that the world itself rests upon. The story does not require a clean victory to accomplish its purpose. It requires the image of defiance. Midgard is also where the giants are not distant abstractions but imminent pressures. In Asgard, a giant may be a political rival and an existential conceptual threat. In Midgard, the giants become the harshness of the weather, the unpredictable sea, the avalanche and the hunger, the shadow of wilderness pressing against the fence line. The Norse imagination collapses these realities into mythic figures, not because people were naive about nature, but because personifying a threat can make it speakable. And if a threat can be spoken, it can be met with ritual, story, and courage. This is why you can sense a long cultural line between ancient myth and later folk beliefs about trolls and hidden beings. The world was alive with presences. Midgard was the arena where humans had to negotiate with that liveliness. Within this arena, the gods are not remote. They cast their influence into the human sphere through seasons and social ideals. Odin is associated with kingship, wisdom, poetry, and the dangerous glamour of war. His presence can be felt in the way rulers sought legitimacy not only through strength but through a reputation for cunning and a connection to the sacred. Freya and Freyr, with their Vanir roots, echo the importance of fertility and prosperity. They represent the necessary softness that must exist inside a hard world. Thor, more than any other god, seems to belong to the rhythm of Midgard's daily hopes. Farmers and ordinary people could imagine him as a protector not only because he was strong, but because his strength was directed outward, toward the forces that threatened the human ring. His myths are often earthy in tone compared to Odin's haunted grandeur. He eats, he travels, he is tricked, he rages, he laughs. He feels like a god who understands the materiality of survival. The structure of Midgard itself mirrors the structure of human society. There is the home, the hall, the kin group, the oath. There are laws, not always written, but embedded in memory and enforced by reputation. The Norse world valued honor, not merely as personal vanity but as social glue. In a place where centralized power could be distant and where communities relied on mutual defense and shared norms, your name mattered. The myths reinforce this worldview by showing that even gods are bound by the consequences of oath and insult. When you hear about feasts in Asgard and vows made over mead, you are seeing a divine reflection of the human social order. Midgard is not a forgotten lower tier. It is a crucial cog in the cosmic machine. There is another layer to Midgard's meaning that grows clearer when we consider fate. The Norns weave destiny for gods and men alike. The presence of fate in Norse myth does not crush human agency, it reframes it. The point is not whether you can avoid the end. The point is whether you can meet it with dignity. This idea becomes especially powerful when applied to human life, where mortality is not a distant prophecy but an everyday certainty. The Norse stories grant humans a special kind of nobility precisely because they are not immortal. A warrior's bravery is impressive not because he is likely to win, but because he may die. A farmer's perseverance is admirable not because the harvest is guaranteed, but because it never is. In Midgard, the philosophy of the entire Norse cosmos finds its most intimate expression. It is also in Midgard that we feel the complicated legacy of Loki most sharply. As a figure who belongs to both the gods and the giants, Loki functions like a crack in reality through which chaos can enter polite order. His actions often spill into Midgard's welfare. His children become threats that define the boundaries of the human world. The serpent encircles the sea. The wolf Fenrir becomes the coming terror of the last battle. Hel rules the quiet realm of the dead. This is a family tree of consequences. The presence of these figures in the ecosystem of Midgard reinforces the sense that human life is entangled with the moral and political drama of the gods. The old storytellers did not place humanity outside the cosmic story. They placed humanity inside it as the realm for which much of the cosmic struggle matters. Consider the feeling of a Norse night in a small coastal settlement. The wind is impatient, the dark is thick, the sea has its own mood, and that mood is never obligated to be kind. In such a setting, the idea that a thunder god battles beings of frost and mountain is not distant fantasy. It is a spiritual reassurance. The stories are a way of saying that human fear has an ally larger than itself. They are also a way of reminding humans that they must match that divine bravery with their own. If Thor can raise his hammer against the incomprehensible, then a human can raise a shield against a raider, or a plough against a stubborn field, or a song against despair. Midgard's cultural importance is also tied to the notion of world order. The gods built it as a place of balance between wildness and structure. The giants represent the raw primeval forces that do not care about human priorities. Midgard represents the fragile space where human priorities can exist at all. It is a philosophical statement with the shape of geography. It is also a story of separation. The boundary between Midgard and the outer chaos is not only guarded by gods but encoded in the very fabric of the world. The ocean ring, the serpent, the walls of the world made from a giant's body, all of it implies a message that a human settlement is successful not because it pretends wilderness is harmless, but because it respects the wilderness enough to build strong fences and stronger communities. As we move forward in this story, it will become clear that Midgard is not only defended by the gods, Midgard defends the gods in its own way. The memory of humans, the prayers, the stories, the rituals, all of these keep the divine world alive in culture. A myth is not only a story about gods, it is a relationship between the storyteller and the sacred. In that sense, Midgard is the realm of meaning-making. It is where the cosmic drama becomes human identity. When a skald recited a tale of Thor's journeys, he was not only entertaining his audience, he was reinforcing a worldview in which courage was the greatest virtue a small world could cultivate. You can also sense Midgard's role as the emotional hinge of the 9 realms. The other realms are grand, strange, elemental, or hidden. Midgard is familiar. It is the realm where you can smell cooking fires and hear the creak of a ship's plank and feel the weight of a child asleep in the next room while the storm tests your roof. This familiarity is precisely why Midgard makes the cosmic story feel real. Without it, the myth would be too distant. With it, the myth becomes personal. You care about Asgard's fate because Asgard's fall would mean the collapse of the shield over the human ring. You care about the Vanir because their prosperity is echoed in the harvest fields of Midgard. You care about the dwarfs because their forged wonders protect the fragile center. You care about the giants because their hunger is the hunger of the blizzard that can erase a village. You care about Helheim because even the bravest human in Midgard will eventually walk toward an ending that cannot be bargained away. It is not an accident that the last battle of the world, when it comes in prophecy, is depicted as a catastrophe that overwhelms Midgard's seas and skies. The serpent unleashes poison, the wolf devours what it can, fire advances from the south, the human realm trembles. This is not only the apocalypse of the gods, it is the apocalypse of the hearth. The Norse imagination makes the end of the world feel like an intimate catastrophe because the world is understood as a home worth defending. Ragnarok is not only doom, it is a declaration that what is threatened was precious. So we leave Midgard in this chapter with the taste of salt air and smoke, with the sense that humanity exists in a courageous middle space, not the center of the universe by entitlement, but the center of the narrative by emotional truth. The gods might be grander, the giants might be older, the elves might be more luminous, and the dwarfs might shape miracles in the dark, but it is the human ring that gives the cosmic struggle its beating heart. The world tree holds many realms, but Midgard is where the listener's breath naturally belongs. After Midgard with its guarded hearths and ringed seas, the world tree draws our gaze outward and upward into a realm that does not apologize for its vastness. Jotunheim is often spoken of as if it were simply the enemy country of the gods, the place where monsters brood and winter sharpens its knives. But the older pulse of the stories paints something richer and more unsettling. This is not a realm of mindless brutality. It is a realm of ancient intelligence, of forces that existed before divine order felt confident enough to name itself. Jotunheim is wilderness given a voice, a memory of a world that did not ask permission to be dangerous. When the Aesir built Midgard's borders, when they raised Asgard's walls and promised to defend the fragile center, they were also admitting that beyond the fence line stood something too old and too immense to be domesticated. The giants are not simply villains in this cosmology. They are the necessary counterweight to the gods, the raw gravity that keeps divine pride from floating into nonsense. If Asgard is the will to rule and protect, then Jotunheim is the reminder that rule is always provisional, that protection is always a battle against an older truth. It is important to remember that the giants are woven into the very origin of the world. The first shaping of order comes from the body of Ymir, that primordial giant whose death becomes the material of creation. Oceans are born from blood, mountains from bones, the sky from skull, a mythic anatomy that declares a stark principle. The civilized world is built from the defeated wild, yet the wild is never truly erased. It becomes the foundation of everything the gods claim to govern. This is why the relationship between gods and giants is so charged with paradox. The Aesir must fight the giants to preserve the world, yet the world itself is made from giant flesh. The gods must insist on their superiority, yet their own ancestry is tangled in giant bloodlines. Even Odin, that stern collector of wisdom, descends from a lineage that does not stand entirely separate from the forces he opposes. In this way, Jotunheim is not merely a distant threat. It is a living relative, the uncomfortable family truth that cannot be disowned. When we imagine Jotunheim, we should not picture a single city of evil, but a landscape of moods. This is the realm of high mountains and deep valleys, of stone that seems to remember its own formation, of rivers that run with a colder purpose than those in Midgard. It is easy to see how such a place would grow into myth among people who lived close to sea cliffs, glaciers, storm-battered coastlines, and forests where you could walk for days and never see another fire. The giants make the natural world intelligible in narrative form. A blizzard that arrives like a conqueror, a mountain that refuses roads, a sea that swallows the fearless and the foolish alike. All of these can be given faces and names in Jotunheim. The Norse imagination did not invent giants because it was ignorant of nature. It invented giants because it understood nature so well that it made sense to grant it personality. Thor's journeys into Jotunheim are among the most revealing stories in the entire mythic cycle. He is the god most visibly committed to defending the human ring, the hammer arm of Asgard, the thunderous promise that chaos will not cross the border without paying a price. Yet when Thor steps into giant lands, the stories often shift in tone. He is still powerful, still explosive in his righteousness, but he is also tested in ways that expose the limits of brute strength. The famous tale of his visit to Utgard is a masterpiece of mythic humiliation that carries a deeper lesson. There he encounters illusions disguised as contests. He is asked to drink from a horn that seems ordinary, yet the horn is connected to the sea itself, and despite his staggering effort, he cannot empty it. He is asked to lift a cat, only to discover that the cat is in truth the Midgard serpent in disguise, a cosmic boundary compressed into a household trick. He is asked to wrestle an old woman and finds himself defeated, because she is not merely old age but old age itself, the force no strength can overthrow. The giants in this story do not win by matching Thor's power. They win by revealing that power is not the only language of reality. The lesson is almost philosophical. Even the protector of Midgard must accept that some truths cannot be hammered into submission. This is where Jotunheim becomes the realm of cunning and perspective. The giants possess not just great size but great context. They often understand the hidden rules of the cosmos better than the gods want to admit. They can be crude, certainly, and violent when insulted, but they can also be witty, strategic, and terrifyingly perceptive. The gods enter Jotunheim as conquerors in spirit, yet they sometimes leave with bruised pride and deeper knowledge. In a culture that valued wisdom as a weapon, this would have felt like a meaningful warning. Do not assume your strength makes you correct. Do not assume your victory makes you wise. Jotunheim also produces some of the most haunting figures in Norse myth. Giants whose stories are not simple adversarial sketches but complex portraits of desire, honor, and grief. Consider Skadi, daughter of the giant Thiazi. After her father is killed by the gods, she travels to Asgard armed and furious, demanding compensation. The scene is remarkable because it shows a giant negotiating with gods on legal and cultural terms rather than on pure violence. Skadi demands a settlement, and the gods respond with a mixture of diplomacy and cleverness. She is offered the chance to choose a husband from among the gods, but only by looking at their feet. She chooses Njord, drawn to the beauty of what she hopes are Balder's feet, only to find herself paired with the sea god instead. Their marriage is an uneasy blend of longing and incompatibility, a mythic expression of two realms that cannot fully share a home. Skadi loves the high cold of mountains, Njord loves the salt air of the coast, They attempt to divide their lives between these landscapes, but the arrangement does not resolve the deeper truth. Some differences are not insults, they are identities. Skadi becomes in many retellings a goddess of winter, hunting, and independence, a giantess whose story crosses into divinity and reminds us again that the borders between realms are less like walls and more like living wounds. Then there is the story of Thrym, the giant who steals Mjolnir and demands Freyja as his bride in exchange for returning it. The gods, desperate without the hammer that protects them from giant incursions, devise a plan that is both comic and revealing. Thor must disguise himself as Freyja and travel to Jotunheim to reclaim his weapon. The tale plays with humor, but beneath the laughter lies a sharp truth. Without their sacred tools, the gods are vulnerable. The giants understand leverage. They do not always seek open war. Sometimes they seek ransom, humiliation, and the symbolic conquest of divine dignity. When Thor recovers Mjolnir and slays Thrym and his household, the story reads like a violent restoration of the cosmic balance. The gods cannot allow the giants to believe that trickery alone can overturn the order of the worlds. The hammer returns not only to Thor's hand but to its role as a cornerstone of the treaty between civilization and chaos. Other tales push the rivalry into more brutal arenas. Hrungnir, one of the strongest of the giants, is drawn into conflict with Thor in a story where pride becomes the fuse of catastrophe. The giant boasts, threatens to lift Valhalla and Asgard itself, and the gods are forced to respond. The duel that follows is mythic theatre of the highest order. Hrungnir's heart is said to be stone, his head a massive whetstone, imagery that suggests a being made of unyielding nature and deadly sharpness. When Thor hurls his hammer and Hrungnir throws his whetstone, the stones collide. The whetstone shatters, and fragments lodge in Thor's skull, a small detail that humanizes the thunder god by marking him with lasting consequence. Even victory carries injury. Even the greatest defender is not untouched by conflict with the old wild powers. And what of Loki, that restless hinge between worlds? His connections to Jotunheim are not incidental. They are essential to understanding why the giants can never be fully cast as meaningless villains. Loki's father is the giant Farbauti. His mother is often named Laufey. His children with Angrboda are the great threats of later prophecy. Through Loki, Jotunheim's bloodline flows directly into the heart of Asgard's fate. He is the living proof that the boundary between order and chaos is permeable. The gods tolerate him because he is useful, clever, and at times genuinely indispensable. Yet they fear him because the wild in him cannot be permanently sworn into obedience. When the stories move toward Ragnarok, Loki's divided nature becomes a declaration that the cosmos cannot fully suppress its own shadow. We might say that Jotunheim is the realm that keeps the gods honest, but even that phrasing is too neat. The giants are not moral police. They are primal claims on existence. The cold demands respect. The heights demand humility. The wild demands that the fence be strong. The mythic relationship between Asgard and Jotunheim is a dramatization of what it feels like to live near a world that can destroy you without hatred. A giant does not need to be evil to be deadly. A storm does not need to be wicked to be final. The Norse genius was to build a narrative that acknowledges this truth without surrendering to despair. The gods can be outwitted, but they can also adapt. The giants can threaten, but they can also be negotiated with. The cosmos remains dangerous, but it remains intelligible through story. This is also why Jotunheim is often a realm of knowledge as much as it is a realm of threat. The gods seek wisdom from giant sources. Mimir, associated with deep memory and counsel, lives in a place of ancient power. The prophetic giantess in the Cirrus tradition speaks truths that shape the mythology's grand arc. These voices from the giant world are not marginal, they are central. The gods do not own all insight. They borrow it, steal it, earn it. Jotunheim becomes the library of the raw world, the place where truth predates politeness. When Odin seeks knowledge of fate, part of what he is doing is admitting that the universe is not a kingdom with one capital. It is a wilderness threaded with competing authorities. So as we walk in imagination through this realm, we can feel how its presence explains the whole architecture of the 9 realms. Midgard needs its boundaries because Jotunheim exists. Asgard needs its hammer arm because giant pressure is constant. Vanaheim's emphasis on fertility and prosperity takes on deeper meaning when you remember that winter can be imagined as a giant's breath. Alfheim's light becomes more precious when you consider the dark stone vastness of giant lands. Svartalfheim's craft becomes more urgent because the enemies of the gods do not sleep. Even the primordial realms we have not yet visited in full detail, the cold of Niflheim and the fire of Muspelheim, feel like distant relatives of Jotunheim's elemental mood. And still, Jotunheim is not only a realm of antagonists. There is a certain austere dignity in the way the giants are allowed to be magnificent. Some are foolish, some are cruel, some are wise, some are tragic. They are as varied as the gods, which is precisely why they feel real in mythic terms. The Norse storytellers did not fear complexity. They understood that a great enemy is rarely a simple one. The more fully you imagine the rival, the more meaningful your defense becomes. When we finally turn our eyes toward the last battle in later chapters, the giants will appear not as an unexpected invasion but as an inevitable uprising of ancient forces that have always been present. The gods have delayed this reckoning through strength, alliances, magic, and cunning, but they have never been able to erase the truth that Jotunheim represents. Nature cannot be permanently conquered. The wild cannot be entirely civilized. The storm cannot be told it is unwelcome. The Aesir can only hold the line long enough for meaning to be made inside the human ring. So we leave Jotunheim not with a clean moral verdict, but with a richer sense of the world tree's balance. The giants are the old, wild intelligence of existence, the necessary darkness that gives shape to light, the adversarial kin who keep the gods from believing their own propaganda. In the pressure between Asgard and Jotunheim, the mythic universe takes its sharpest breath. It is a breath full of frost and pride and ancient laughter, a breath that carries the promise that the next chapters will draw us deeper into the elemental foundations that even giants must respect, and that even gods cannot ignore. After the restless grandeur of Jotunheim, where the old wild intelligence of the giants presses its weight against the gods' proud architecture, the world tree guides us towards something even older than rivalry. This is not a chapter of courts and bargains, not a chapter of feasts, weapons, or shifting loyalties. This is a chapter of first principles, the kind of mythic physics that the North imagined beneath every storm and every harvest. Niflheim and Muspelheim are not merely 2 more realms on a list. They are the parents of the entire story. the elemental extremes whose collision makes everything else possible. If Asgard is duty, and Midgard is endurance, if Alfheim is radiance, and Svartalfheim is craft, then Niflheim and Muspelheim are the raw syllables from which all the later sentences are formed. To enter them is to step out of familiar narrative time and into the deep mythic memory of the cosmos, where history is not measured in years but in elemental moods that have never truly stopped breathing. Niflheim comes first in the imagination of chill, not as a simple place of snow that might melt with spring, but as an ancient north whose cold is woven into the bones of existence. The name itself carries a sound of fog and hush, a place where mist is not a weather event but a law. The old sources connect Niflheim to Hivagelmir, the roaring wellspring from which rivers flow, a paradoxical image that joins water and cold and motion into one primal engine. From this deep source run the Ilivagar, the ice-cold rivers that creep outward into the void, carrying rhyme and threat and the blunt certainty that not all movement is warm and life-giving. It is easy to understand how such ideas grew from a landscape where winter could feel like an invading army, where fog could erase a coastline, where ice could appear overnight and make roads into traps. The myth does not merely describe cold, it honors cold as a power that existed before the gods declared ownership over the world. Niflheim is not a remote corner, it is an original condition. Muspelheim is the answer to that condition, not as a gentle complement but as a roaring counterforce. This is the realm of heat, so pure it feels like intent, of fire that does not merely warm but devours structure and mocks permanence. Muspelheim is imagined as a southern blaze, a domain of fire giants and the terrifying authority of Surt, whose sword shines with a brightness that can set worlds alight. In later prophecy, Surt is not a minor figure who arrives late to the story. He is the embodiment of the final ruin that was always present in the universe's beginning. When people today picture Muspelheim, they often imagine a fantasy wasteland of lava fields and flame. The older mythic pulse is more existential. Muspelheim is the truth that destruction is not an accident. It is a foundational ingredient of reality. Fire is not only a tool for cooking and comfort, it is also the hungry principle that turns forests to ash and reminds every living thing that endurance has a limit. Between these two ancestral realms stretched Ginnunga Gap, the yawning void that waited like a dark breath held in the throat of eternity. The Norse stories do something clever and haunting with this emptiness. They do not treat it as a sterile nothing. They treat it as a stage ready for the first drama of existence. When the frost of Niflheim drifted outward and the sparks of Muspelheim rose and found it, the void became active, the ice began to melt, the melt became life. This is a cosmology that insists creation is not the result of calm agreement. It is the product of tension and collision. The universe is born from clash, which means that the universe will always remember clash in its bloodstream. Out of that first steaming mingling came Ymir, the primordial giant whose presence is both a marvel and a warning. He emerges not as a crafted child of benevolent gods, but as a natural consequence of the elements meeting. He is existence before ethics, size before order, flesh before law. The old story does not linger on his personality because his role is more foundational than personal. He is the first shape of life drawn out of the elements, and from him the line of giants multiplies, a reminder that the wild world that later threatens the gods is not a late complication. It is the original inheritance of creation. Alongside Ymir appears Audhumla, the cow whose milk nourishes him, an image that feels almost tender in the middle of primal violence. Yet, Audhumla is also a creative force. As she licks salty ice, she reveals Buri, ancestor of the gods. In this strange sequence, life is born out of cold and fire, but dynasties are born out of nourishment and patience. The myth is rich with contradiction. The first living beings are both brutal and sustaining, both chaotic and necessary. From Buri comes Bor, and from Bor come Odin, Vili, and Ve, the first great architects of the ordered world. Their decision to slay Ymir and shape the cosmos from his body is one of the most revealing acts in all Norse myth. It is not only a story of victory, it is a story of transformation through violence. Oceans are made from blood, earth from flesh, mountains from bone, clouds from brain, and the sky from skull. The world is not conjured from nothing, it is built from what had to be overcome. This is not a mindset that flatters comfort. It is a mindset that reflects how a harsh environment teaches the psychology of survival. You do not survive by wishing the old threats away. You survive by mastering them, reshaping them, and building your home out of the very material that once endangered your life. Niflheim and Muspelheim therefore remain present long after this creation, not as forgotten grandparents but as active forces. The cold does not retire because Midgard has hearth fires. The fire does not become harmless because Asgard has laws. The primordial realms continue to breathe behind the scenes, influencing the tone of everything that follows. When winter deepens in Midgard, you can feel the whisper of Niflheim in the way the myths were once heard by a listening community. When lightning splits the sky and forests burn, Muspelheim's temperament feels near. These elemental realms are not simply locations, they are explanations. They are mythic reasons for the world's moods. This is part of why the Norse cosmos feels so unified. The later struggles of gods and giants are expansions of the earliest elemental tension. Jotunheim's frost and stone are kin to Niflheim's ancient chill. The fire giants who will march in the last days are not newcomers, they are Muspelheim's children coming home to the story's final act. Even the world tree itself is shaped by this deeper reality. Yggdrasil must draw from wells and sources that carry the memory of cold and the threat of dissolution. The creatures that gnaw at its roots, the stags that browse its leaves, the eagle that watches from above, all of them exist within an ecosystem that began with frost meeting flame. The tree is a living argument that balance is fragile, not guaranteed. It is tempting to imagine Niflheim as purely deathly and Muspelheim as purely evil, because their extremes feel hostile to human life. But the older mythic logic is more nuanced. Niflheim is dangerous, yes, yet it is also the source of waters that nourish the cosmic system. Cold preserves as much as it kills. Frost can be a destructive blade, but it can also be a quiet steward that grants the land a season of rest. Muspelheim is a realm of consuming heat, yes, yet fire is also the principle that transforms raw material into tools. Without fire, there is no forge. Without the forge, there is no hammer that protects Midgard. The dwarf's genius depends on fire's obedience. The god's survival depends on objects that could not exist without flame. This is an elegant tension. The elements that can destroy the world are also the elements that make the world possible. This duality becomes even more poignant when we consider the mythic idea of cycles. The Norse imagination did not offer a tidy eternal heaven where the story ends in permanent peace. It offered a universe where beginnings and endings are linked by the same forces. The fire that helped melt the first ice will later help burn the world's final structures. The cold that framed the first void will later reclaim what the gods tried to stabilize. In other words, Niflheim and Muspelheim are not only about creation, they are about the inevitability that creation and destruction belong to the same family. The universe is a house built with materials that never stop changing their minds. There is a kind of stern beauty in that idea. It is one thing to believe that the world will end because someone is evil. It is another to believe that the world will end because the fundamental energies of existence cannot be restrained forever. That second belief is colder and more mature. It treats apocalypse as a natural consequence rather than a moral tantrum. In such a worldview, heroism is not defined by whether you can stop the end. It is defined by whether you can defend meaning while the end approaches. This is why the prophecies of Ragnarok feel like echoes of the creation story rather than a separate catastrophe. When Surtur advances with his blazing sword, he is Muspelheim's original heat, returning to its most uncompromising form. When the world shudders under cold and darkness, the ancient breath of Niflheim feels present again, as if the cosmos is remembering its earliest temperature. The gods fight not because they believe the elements will suddenly become gentle, but because the ordered realms that grew between cold and fire are worth defending for as long as they can be defended. The human ring of Midgard, the halls of Asgard, the fertile promise of Vanaheim, the luminous mystery of Alfheim, and the deep craft of Svartalfheim are all fragile achievements suspended between extremes. We can step closer to the figure of Surt here, because he is not simply a monster that later arrives for spectacle. He is the mythic personification of the destructive dignity of fire. His name suggests blackness or char, a reminder that fire does not only glow, it also leaves evidence of what it has consumed. In some tellings, he stands at the border of Muspelheim like a sentinel of inevitable ruin, a being who does not need to rage to be terrifying. His threat is not emotional, it is geological, it is cosmic. The idea that such a figure exists from the beginning of mythic memory suggests that the Norse people did not imagine the end of the world as a twist. They imagined it as a truth living quietly in the background, the way a distant volcano lives quietly under a green valley. In Niflheim, the atmosphere is equally solemn. Its cold is not theatrical, but absolute. The roaring well Havagalmir suggests that even the coldest origins possess motion and sound, as if the universe cannot resist movement even when frozen. The image of rivers flowing out of this source into the older void reflects a mind that saw water as life's bloodstream and understood that even ice is only water waiting to change its state. In this, the myth's natural observation shines through. The Norse imagination could be poetic, yes, but it was often rooted in attentive watching of real landscapes. Rivers freeze, rivers thaw. Mist rises from cold water when it meets warmer air. In the myth, that simple truth becomes a sacred mechanism of creation. So by the time we reach the settled drama of gods and giants, we already know that their conflict is nested in something larger, older, and less personal. The Aesir can defeat a giant. They cannot defeat the principle of cold. The Vanir can bless the fields. They cannot command fire to become harmless. The elves can embody beauty, the dwarves can shape miracles, yet all of them exist under the broader rule of elemental reality. This is a humbling cosmology. Even divinity has limits. As we continue along the branches of Yggdrasil, the story is beginning to feel like a tapestry woven from contrasts. Light and shadow, law and wilderness, craft and fate, life and death, and now the two hardest contrasts of all, cold and fire. The 9 realms are not a catalogue of unrelated fantasy lands. They are the full vocabulary of the Norse attempt to explain why the world is both generous and cruel, why it can invite you to belong and then remind you how quickly belonging can be taken away. Niflheim and Muspelheim give us the meaning of that contradiction in its purest form. They teach us that the universe began in a place where comfort was not the default, and that everything beautiful and habitable was carved out of that truth by will, sacrifice, and fragile balance. They also hint that balance must be continuously defended because the original forces never truly left. They are still there beneath the world, inside the storms, behind the seasonal changes, and waiting in the prophecies that the gods have never been able to ignore. Now the path ahead grows quieter and heavier. The next realm we must face is not a blaze or a blizzard, but an ending with a ruler who does not need weapons to command respect. The road will lead us toward Helheim, where the stories of life's courage turn into the stories of life's costs, and where the cosmos reveals one more truth that the elements began teaching from the start. After the mist and the flame, after the old cold memory of Niflheim and the roaring hunger of Muspelheim, the world tree seems to carry us not into another spectacle of elemental force, but into a silence that finally asks for our full attention. Helheim is not a realm that announces itself with thunder. It does not need to. It waits with the patient authority of nightfall, with the certainty of the tide turning, with the calm truth that every road, heroic or humble, eventually ends in a place where the living must lay down their arguments. In the northern imagination, death is not one flat destination with one locked meaning. It is a landscape of outcomes, shaped by fate, conduct, circumstance, and the old recognition that a life can be worthy without being glorious. That is why Helheim holds such a complicated dignity in the architecture of the 9 realms. It is the home of Hel, a ruler whose very presence destabilizes easy moral categories. She is not a horned caricature of evil. She is a sovereign of inevitability, a custodian of endings, and a reminder that even the gods do not own the final word. Hel herself is born of that dangerous mingling of kinship and contradiction that runs through Loki's bloodline. With the giantess Angrboda, he fathers 3 children who become pillars of the coming catastrophe: Fenrir the wolf, Jormungandr the serpent, and Hel the queen of the dead. The myths do not present this family as a simple accident. They present it as the universe producing its own counterweights. Where the gods build walls, the cosmos grows forces that test the walls. Where life tries to establish permanence, the cosmos raises a ruler of endings. Hel is described as half fair and half dark, a body split between vitality and decay, which is an image that works as both physical description and philosophical statement. She is the border made flesh. She is the truth that life and death are not separate nations but adjoining rooms in the same house. The gods, sensing what her rule might mean, cast her into the realm of the dead and grant her authority over those who die of sickness or age, rather than in the crisp blaze of battlefield glory. This decision is both political and cosmic. It is an attempt to organize death, to assign it an administrator, to make what cannot be controlled at least legible. Yet in doing so, the gods also admit something they would rather keep quiet. Their power depends on classification, and classification depends on acknowledging that some forces cannot be abolished. Helheim is often imagined as cold, not because every death must be bleak, but because the Norse worldview is honest about the chilling side of human mortality. It is a place of dim halls and quiet gathering, a realm where the dead are not necessarily tortured but are certainly removed from the warmth of the living world. The absence of sunshine is a symbol of absence of possibility. The living can still change their stories, the dead cannot. This is a sober thought, and it is meant to be. The old poems call the underworld roads long and difficult, and the journey itself becomes part of the metaphysical weight of death. There are gates to pass, thresholds guarded by beings whose function is not cruelty but order. The dead world must have rules, just as the living world does, because without rules, even the most solemn truth becomes chaos. Hell is not described as pleading for worship. She is described as reigning, a figure who does not need to be loved, to be obeyed. The richest window into Helheim's character may be found in the story of Balder, whose death is among the most devastating events in the mythic cycle, not only because of who he is, but because of what his death announces. Balder is often portrayed as radiant and beloved, a god whose presence feels like a promise that goodness can exist without naivety. His mother Frigg seeks to protect him by extracting oaths from the things of the world that they will not harm her son. It is a scene that shows the gods attempting to legislate safety into existence. Yet an omission remains: the mistletoe, small and overlooked. Loki, ever the parasite of certainty, exploits this weakness by guiding Balder's blind brother Hoder to cast the fatal dart. The death is shocking because it is both cosmic and mundane. A mighty god falls because of a humble plant and a trick of malice. The message is sharp. No system of protection is perfect. Fate will find the hairline crack. When Balder descends to Helheim, the living gods are forced to confront the limits of their own sovereignty. Odin's grief is not just paternal or regal, it is existential. The death of Balder feels like the first true frost of the final winter. Hermod rides to Hel's realm, crossing dark valleys and strange boundaries, pleading for Balder's return. The negotiation that follows is one of the most revealing moments in the mythic portrayal of Hel. She does not deny the request out of simple spite. She sets a condition: if all things weep for Balder, he may return to the living. This is a ruler who frames law in the language of cosmic consensus. She is not arbitrary, she is exacting. She requires the world to demonstrate that the loss is truly universal. When the condition fails because one figure refuses to weep, often interpreted as Loki in disguise, Hel keeps Balder. The refusal is not presented as a random cruelty from her throne. It is presented as the consequence of a world that could not fully unite in its grief. This is an underworld that respects rules more than sentiment. It is also a reminder that one act of refusal can tilt the fate of all realms. In that story, Helheim becomes more than a land of the dead. It becomes a political reality in the cosmic order. The gods can challenge giants, bargain with dwarves, and even navigate the older elemental forces. But they cannot simply overthrow death without tearing apart the deeper grammar of existence. Hel's authority is an authority the cosmos itself seems to endorse. It is not only that she has power, it is that her power is appropriate. This is a subtle but important distinction. The Norse imagination does not treat death as the enemy in a simplistic moral war. It treats death as a law that must be faced with dignity. As a result, Helheim is not the site of a final villain who can be defeated to rescue reality from sorrow. It is the site of the final boundary that gives life its urgency. This perspective also helps explain why Norse afterlife beliefs appear layered rather than singular. The fallen warriors chosen by Odin are taken to Valhalla. Freyja receives half of the fallen in her own domain. Those who die at sea may be claimed by powers associated with the ocean. Those who die of illness or old age may go to hell. These pathways suggest a worldview that is less concerned with moral judgment in the later theological sense, and more concerned with the circumstances of life and death as part of a larger, almost ecological understanding. A person is not necessarily condemned because they did not die with a sword in hand. Many lives are not designed for glory, and yet they are still lives within the world's sacred accounting. Helheim becomes the realm that grants weight to the ordinary, acknowledging that a quiet death does not erase the value of a quiet life. If you listen closely, you can hear the echo of real human experience in this structure. The Norse world honored the warrior, but it also knew fishermen, mothers, old people whose wisdom anchored families, and farmers who fought winter with patience rather than steel. A mythic system that assigns dignity to these forms of life through a realm like Helheim is not an accident. It is a cultural truth transposed into cosmic scale. The dead are not only the spectacular, they are the countless who endured. Hel oversees a kingdom of the uncelebrated, and in doing so she becomes, in a strange way, one of the most democratic rulers in the 9 realms. Yet Helheim is not soft. It is still a place where the cold of Niflheim seems to seep into the architecture of death. The imagery of dark halls, of gates, of a border river, of an underworld dog guarding the threshold. All of these motifs contribute to an atmosphere in which death is respected rather than romanticized. The living cannot simply stroll in and out of this realm without consequences. The journey of a living god to Helheim is a mythic exception that proves the rule. The dead belong to Hel's order once the final line is crossed. This is why the realm carries such narrative gravity as the myths move toward their end. When Ragnarok approaches, Helheim is not a passive setting waiting for the story's last chapter. It is an active reservoir of forces. The dead will have their own role as the boundaries between realms weaken. The cosmos that was built from the body of a giant will face a renewed uprising of the old forces that were never truly conquered. This is where Helheim's significance expands beyond the personal. The realm is tied to the final war, not only because Hel is Loki's child, but because death itself must have a place in any apocalypse. The end of the world requires the mobilization of everything the world contains, including what the world has tried to set aside. When the prophecies describe the last battle, they do not describe only Asgard's champions and Jotunheim's armies. They describe chaos rising from multiple directions. The wolf breaks its bonds. The serpent uncoils and poisons the sky and sea. The fire giants march under Surtra's blazing authority. The gods take their positions with grim resolve. Across the world tree, even the hidden realms of craft and light feel the tremor of destiny. And Helheim, with its quiet legions of the dead, is part of that tremor. It is as though all the endings that have been carefully stored in Hell's kingdom are finally called into the open, not as a moral punishment, but as the inevitable arithmetic of fate. And yet there is a lingering tenderness in this grim architecture. The Norse imagination, for all its severity, allows the possibility of renewal after catastrophe. The world may burn, the seas may rise, the old alliances may shatter, but the stories also hint that something survives. New life emerges, a rebuilt world breathes again. The sun's course is renewed through a daughter who takes up the bright path. In this context, Helheim can be seen not only as a place of endings, but as a place that preserves the reality that endings are part of the cycle rather than the final insult. If Niflheim and Muspelheim taught us that creation came from the meeting of extremes, Helheim teaches us that meaning is not undone by death, meaning is sharpened by it. To picture Helheim truly, imagine a long road descending from the familiar worlds. Imagine the sound of your own footsteps fading into a thicker silence. Imagine a gate that does not creak with menace, but stands with the steady authority of a law that has never been repealed. On the other side are halls where the dead gather, not in punishment but in permanence, their stories finished, their desires cooled into memory. Hell sits as a ruler who does not need a crown of gold, because her power is the kind that no other sovereign can truly rival. Odin's throne depends on loyalty and battle readiness. Freya's peace depends on harvests and the fragile goodwill of the world. Thor's protection depends on the hammer and his own endurance. Hel's rule depends on the simplest and most absolute truth of all. Everything that lives must one day join her ledger. She does not conquer, she receives. This does not make her merciful in the sentimental sense, and it does not make her cruel, it makes her essential. The 9 realms began as a web of living forces held together by Yggdrasil's roots and branches. They grew into a complex society of gods, giants, humans, elves, dwarfs, fire, and frost. They move toward apocalypse with the inevitability of a story that has always known its final rhythm. In that broad arc, Helheim is the realm that ensures the cosmos never lies to itself about what life costs. So we reach the end of our journey through the 9 realms, not with a triumphant anthem, but with a quiet understanding. Asgard taught us that duty is the price of order. Vanaheim taught us that abundance is power. Alfheim taught us that beauty may be real and dangerous. Svartalfheim taught us that miracles are forged with sweat and risk. Midgard taught us that courage is most sacred where life is most fragile. Jotunheim taught us that the wild is ancient and necessary. Niflheim and Muspelheim taught us that creation is born from extremes that never truly sleep. And Helheim teaches us that every triumph, every harvest, every love, every battle, every quiet evening by a hearth is made more precious by the simple fact that it cannot last forever. In the deep quiet of Hell's kingdom, the noise of the upper realms does not vanish, but it becomes something like distant surf, a reminder that the living world continues above, for now, with its feasts and wars and bright mornings and long winters, with gods who still argue against fate even when they know its shape. The world tree stands, wounded but upright. The Norns continue their work. The serpent still bites its tail in the outer sea. The wolf still strains against the chain of prophecy. The fire waits beyond the horizon of time. And the dead wait too, not in impatience, but in the stillness of those who have already learned what the living are only beginning to understand, that the story of the 9 realms is not a promise of safety, but a promise that meaning is worth defending even when the ending is certain, and that the quiet kingdom at the end of roads is not only a destination, but a mirror held up to life itself.